G'day gamers, Ranger Tony here, back with more of our Relic Hunter playthrough of Skyrim, where we are playing the Legacy of the Dragonborn mod. Now, I have had a thought, which some would say is dangerous. Because anytime I think about something, that's dangerous. Actually, where is it? Oh, it's Daedric. Let me go have a look. So, I have been using Dawnbreaker and this enchanted dagger for a while now. And the reason I use a dagger in my offhand is because that is faster. Right? Do I not have a duplicate of Dawnbreaker somewhere? I thought I did. Let's have a look. Mod checklist. Daedric gallery. Scourge, we've got... I don't have a duplicate of Dawnbreaker. Okay, so what I want to do, so the reason I use a dagger in my offhand is because the speed at which you attack when you are using dual weapons is based on the speed of the weapon in your offhand. So by having a faster weapon, a dagger, in my offhand, I can attack that much quicker. Well, not hugely quicker, but it is a little bit quicker. And I suspect it's actually more to do with recovery than it is to do with the actual, overall attack speed. If I take the Thornblade, for example, let's come down here into the hall and sort of show this off. So let's gulp down a vegetable stew, so we've got a lot. So okay, so that all feels pretty fast, and I've got skills now in where is it? Over here in the one-handed. I've got 2 points over here in dual flurry, so that's making my dual wielding attacks 35% faster, and I want that as well, but that's going to take a little while to get to. Okay, so we can see how fast that is. What is it like when we put Thornblade? See, it is a little bit slower. Okay, but I don't think it's slow enough that it's going to be a problem anymore. I feel like I am doing really well dual wielding at the moment. So I had a thought. I mean, I could grab... That's doing 26 damage. Thornblade... Actually, that's a Thornblade replica. That does 26 damage. I mean, I could use an axe or whatever, but swords are the fastest of the weapons. But what I'm contemplating is if I make a replica of Dawnbreaker, then I can dual wield Dawnbreakers and have the real Dawnbreaker, which does damage to undead, whatever, in my right hand, and the replica Dawnbreaker stealing souls in my left hand. So let's see, do I have what I need to make the replica? I think the reason I never made the replica of Dawnbreaker was because I needed ebony ingots, and I don't have them. I've got the glow dust now. I just don't have the ebony ingots. I feel like I should get an ebony ingot. Can I craft and can I so the question is, do I have some ebony ore? I do. I have enough ebony ore to make another ebony ingot. I can make the replica of Dawnbreaker, sorry. Let's do this. And if I then... Oh, but then I'm going to be one ebony short of upgrading it. Well, let's one step at a time, Tony. One step at a time. So let's make the Dawnbreaker replica. And in fact, I need more ebony because I really want a replica of the replica as well. I want a second replica downstairs. So we've now got the replica. That does 28. My current Dawnbreaker does 39 if I can upgrade it. Let's go, once this all... Yeah, okay. Let's go and enchant this second Dawnbreaker. There. And we want to put... on the replica... we want to put Soul Trap. Insufficient charge. What? Sorry, what? Insufficient charge for enchantment. I don't have any. That's not right. I do have spare. I thought I went Arcane Enchanter, Craft Loot Supplies. This is not picking up. Okay, something funny's going on here. Let's just manually grab a whole heap of soul gems. There we go. Right, that's better. Dawnbreaker. Soul Trap. And then let's use a grand soul gem for this. And let's rename this to Soulbreaker. And then let's put all of these soul gems back. Right, so now I can have Dawnbreaker in my right, Soulbreaker in my left. That's not as fast as the dagger, as the blades with the dagger. That is true. But that looks awesome. That is going to be my new... So hang on, the disenchanting font, no, I don't want that. I want No, it doesn't really matter. Trying to work out what to do with the Skyforged Steel Dagger of Souls that is flawless. Oops. Let's just put it on display somewhere. Did I have one of these that only had one weapon on it? I thought I did. There's the Thornblade replica that we did. No. Cannot place a dagger on that rack. I want my sword back, please. That is the replica. There we go. Can't put daggers on there. Damn it. What happened to my axe there? I lack the required item. Did I get rid of my woodcutter's axe somewhere? God damn it, I gotta go get another one. Okay, so we have to unfavor that, and we have to favor that. Let's go and chuck Soulbreaker in here. At the moment. There we go. Another 2 grand in there. Okay, so we need to... That's 1... Where's Soulbreaker? I thought I put the wrong one in here? Oh, hang on. No, actually, I'm going to do it this way. I used to have my bow in slot 1 and my daggers in slot 2. My swords in slot 2. But I think I'm going to swap that. So right, left, let's record that. Do I not have Dawnbreaker on 1? I do now. Oh, yeah, no, it needs to be Dawnbreaker on 2. Still have my bow on 1. Dawnbreaker on 2, Soulbreaker on 3. There we go. So F1 is going to be my swords now. F2 is going to be that. Actually, let's change that. Let's make that 1, that 2, and that 3. Right, now, the other thing that I'm thinking of doing, even though I don't feel like... So when I started this build, I was sort of going for an archery build with conjuration, to conjure familiars and Atronachs and stuff like that. And I've gone away from that quite a bit. But what I think I might do, and I don't necessarily feel like my armor is that bad, because I'm at 145, which, you know, I know if I went for heavy armor, I could probably have it higher than that at the moment, probably almost to 200, but I can get my armor that high if I go down the alteration route. So if we go to the library, I think I might have... And the important thing about going down the alteration skill route is that eventually, if my alteration skill gets high enough, So yeah, let's take that for the moment. That's the only real alteration spell that I want, that I don't have yet. So let's read this, and then we are going to... No. We're going to favor that. Now, did I have... Yeah, get rid of... I don't want to conjure flame atronach. So I've got 1, 2, 3. What's 4 is the phantasmal chest. So then 5 will now be oak flesh. So what I can do is, if my armor right now is 145, I can boost that to 185, and then as I get better at alteration, I'll be able to boost that more and more. I always thought that that spell did not boost the armor that you already had. So if you already had an armor greater than the value, it wouldn't boost it. And of course, I realized that just recently, that it does in fact boost everything. So we are going to go down that route as our little bit of extra protection going into battle. We're going to boost our armor. So most of the time in battle, we're going to be dual wielding our Dawnbreaker and Soulbreaker. And then if we need to, we've got a bow ready to go, and we can sneak attack with that, and everything will be good. And then finally, we have the alteration to increase our protection. And then, of course, we've got Berserker Rage, which makes us take half damage while we're using it. I think that'll all work well. We're already getting a little bit of experience in alteration because of the spell that we're using. But in particular, there is magic resistance here. So once we get up to 30, we can start putting points into that and getting, I think you get up to 25 or 30. I can't remember what the full amount of resistance you get is, but it's not bad. It would be even better if we were a Breton, basically. But I think we're going to do that. As far as quests now, I need to get some more ebony ingots. So I think it probably makes sense just to quickly rest up in the safe house. Get up in the morning and see if any of the merchants here in town have any ebony ingots for us. So let's just get a few hours sleep. Now, we did chuck a whole bunch of coin in here, didn't we? Yeah, we got 9 grand, and at the moment we're carrying another 7. Let's just chuck a bit more into here, actually. Eventually, this all just fills up. Look how large that pile in the corner there is. None of this stuff is real. You can't pick it up, but it's just a representation of the wealth. The more money you put into the ledger, the more the wealth in this room grows. And I don't see a need to check to close the door or anything like that, so we're going to leave that. Okay. Gonna listen. Doesn't sound like there's a dragon around, which is good. I doubt there'll be any ebony in here, but I like to check in here as well as everywhere else, just to be thorough, basically.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
I can just look in here, can't I? Oh! 2 ebony ingots. I will buy them whenever I find them.
Come back to bits and pieces anytime.
I might as well check up here as well. I wasn't going to. Now that I've got it, I could just go and upgrade.
Weapons forgiven and armor forgotten. Seems there's no end to the need. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
No, you don't have any ebony ingots. You have refined malachite, which used up most of my money, but that's fine. Let's upgrade. Why can I not upgrade Soulbreaker? The replica. It's not because it's... Is it because it's a replica? I mean, I could go home and take the enchantment off it.
You should see me when you get bored, stranger.
Let's have a quick look.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Okay, any more money in here? No. Let's go up to this. What does this say? During my ongoing work training, I've come across reference to several important snow elven artifacts. If they still exist, team has uncovered several ancient Fowler artifacts. Okay, he wants me to find more snow elven artifacts. That's great. That's fine. Don't have a problem with it. But I have thought about something. So let's do this in the safe house, and then we'll go and we'll look at something important. Daddy day stretch. Well, I've only just started streaming, so I don't really need to stretch all that much, but thank you. Okay, why would I not be able to upgrade this replica? It's gotta be because it's a replica. Or because it doesn't upgrade using a replica. No, it's probably because it's a replica. Let's disenchant Soulbreaker. Right, that gives me Dawnbreaker replica. Can I upgrade it? No. Okay. That's the only disadvantage with using this as my secondary weapon. I can't upgrade it. Let's just have a look. How much damage was I doing with the dagger? $34. Wow. It is better off to stick with that dagger, or to pick another weapon out of my collection, or to make another weapon. That's always the possibility. I was thinking about making what can I make? I was thinking, well, I could always make an elven sword. That does 26. The dwarven swords do 23. The Nordic swords do 26 as well. I was definitely thinking about making a Nordic sword. And then potentially upgrading that. But I could make an elven sword. Let's do that. And then let's upgrade that. So this should get up near the dagger in damage. So what do we got on Dawnbreaker? We've got 39. 41? I might have to make that my primary weapon and put Dawnbreaker as my backup. Because that's unreal. So now, if I enchant this, it hasn't picked up my enchantments yet again. It's not picking up. It's supposed to be taking all of my soul gems. Let's take a grand soul gem and use that. I don't need to use anything quite that big, but that'll keep a lot of enchantments on it. So if I do my flawless elven sword with the soul trap and a grand soul gem, okay, so I might have to make that my layout. I didn't favor that yet. That's not favored, that's good. So we're going to make that one, that two, and then we're going to put that in there, and then we're going to go in there and we're going to record that state. So now if I do that, I get my bow out. If I do that, I get my swords out. All good. Right, and then we're going to go back to the let's do that again. Museum East Exhibit Hall, because that's where the Daedric Gallery is. And we're going to work out where in here. What weapon are you carrying? You're carrying a Nordic sword. Where in here is Dawnbreaker supposed to be? And Vampiric, Spell Water, Grey March. Mayrunes, Gold Brand, Ebony Blade, Skeleton Key, Daedric Crescent, Keg Breaker. Have I been all the way around that?
Showcasing bygone eras of the Dwemer, Folmer, and ancient Nordic cultures. A variety of interesting and impressive artifacts.
Is it down here? What do we got? Wabberjack, Azura's Star, Dawnbreaker. Boom. There we go. Bane of the Undead. I don't know. I still... Maybe I'll get some... maybe I'll get some steel and try and make... what's her name? So I'm actually a little conflicted at the moment about what I want to do. And what I was going to say was... So, there is part of me... We've got that really early mission... This one here is the really early mission that we got from Orion to go and get the vampiric ring from Volokar Keep. And I said to myself, I wasn't going to do it. I said, not just to myself, I said to the stream and everything, that I wasn't going to do that until I got into the Dawnguard DLC. And I've already got into that, and I haven't gone down this line. But there's another thing that is nagging at me at the moment, and it's a little interesting. I've realized that there's actually a certain order that you might have to do some things in this if you want to do them. So, if I come down here, here is the Great Sword of Whiterun. So, this mod, this Legacy of the Dragonborn mod, changes it. So the weapon that Bulgraf gives you after you kill the dragon morphs from the Axe of Whiterun to the Sword of the Great Sword of Whiterun. That's fine. I don't have too much of a problem with that. But what I've realised is you have to become a Thane of Whiterun to get that. Right? Now, each one of these is the Shield of Solitude. Basically each of the cities you can become a Thane of. Right? And you go, yep, of course you can, Tony. And that's right, you can. Here's the problem though. If I go too far down the quest lines, in particular, if I go down the Civil War quest line, it is going to be very hard to become the Thane of some cities. At least I believe it might be. And so, I feel like I should go and become the Thane of each of these areas. So I'm here in Solitude, for example. I should follow the quest line to become a Thane of Solitude. Yeah, this mod is really huge. If you haven't seen it, I'll give you a quick tour. Okay, so this, you come in through the front doors. This is all in Solitude, right? This creates this museum or gallery, as they call it, near that's the Blue Palace on the eastern edge of Solitude. And it creates this massive building here. Now, one of the other things that gets created is that over here, after you've done a few missions, you get the Explorer Society Guild Hall. And I'll go through that in a minute, but that's now attached to the side of the gallery. Now, the first thing to note is that there is somewhere in excess... Excuse me, there is a dragon that I now have to... no.
Someone do something.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Alright, where did he go? There he is. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. In fact, let's put, that on so that I've got a bit more protection. You're going to land somewhere. It's one of these stupid blood dragons. Beautiful. I also need to use my Berserker Rage. Come on. Beautiful. I think he's going to die up there. More than likely. Right. Okay, so as I was saying, Dragonborn Gallery, you come in here, there is in excess of 3,000. Yeah, there's in excess of 3,000 items that can be exhibited in this gallery. So there's nothing in my donations box, so that's great. So down here is like the Hall of Heroes, right? So weapons and gear that you find. Some of these are mod specific. So for example, this, no, not that one. I don't believe this shield is part of normal gameplay, so that was added in. Over here, this is all the stuff from being a Dragonborn. So you've got the dragon claws that you use to open up the various chambers, and I've killed one dragon priest so far. We've got Red Eagle's Bane, we've got Froki's Bow, but then they added in that from Oblivion you can go and gather, you don't have to go into Oblivion, but you can gather all of the Crusader armor that existed in Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, and that's now able to be displayed. You can use it as well if you want. What you can actually do is you can make replicas of any of these items so that you can display them while you can display the replica, and then you can use the real one if you want. These weapons here are all new as far as I'm aware, although that Taj of the Blooded you get in the normal gameplay. And then, oops, I'm getting caught underneath the balustrades there. Whole heap of stuff here I don't have yet. This is all stuff that you get when you do the Mage Guild quest lines. So, you know, you've got Staff of Golderson and the Black Blade, and you've got the Black Bow, and then you've got, you know, Golder's Amulet and the Enchanted Rings and the Sarthol Amulet and all that sort of stuff. Whole bunch of stuff here. There is space. This stuff here is all of Isgramor's gear. So you've got Wuthrad, you've got his shield, you've got his cloak, you've got his armor, all of that. Then upstairs here, you've got even more stuff. So all of your Elder Scrolls get locked behind this secure gate. A whole bunch of daggers go here, none of which I've got yet. There's nothing here. I don't know what the deal is with that. Helms and circlets and stuff like that go here. Amulets and rings go here. And then, you know, gloves and things like that go here. And then just more weapons here. So these are all of the lunar weapons. And then there's more weapons here. And then over here, there's a whole bunch of the staves that you can get. And the Staff of Magus and some more of the Archmage's robes and stuff like that. And more staves up there. And then there is the hallways. So there's always the library back here. That takes up multiple levels. And that's just all of the books that you can get. It's really well laid out. And then here you have the hall, the Dragonborn Hall, which actually disappointed me a little bit. I was expecting this to show off things like the shouts that I have learned and stuff like that. It doesn't seem to. I don't know what these statues here are meant to represent. But up here, and I don't know what's in all of these little alcoves down here, but up at the top level, there's a whole bunch of stuff we don't know about. But you've got, it keeps track here of all of the standing stones that you've used previously, and if you want to, you can come here and click on these, and it's the same as traveling to the standing stone and using it. The same with all of the shrines. So if I say, well, I want to activate the Shrine of Archery, I can just click on it there and it activates for me, and I'm done. And this is showing off that I've delved into some of the Dwemer ruins. So I'm hoping that it shows more of those sorts of things later. But this haul is a little bit disappointing, as I said, because I expected it to show off all of the dragon shouts that I had gotten and things like that, and it doesn't. So, but still, really impressive. But I felt dragon shouts was something that should be sort of, you know, elaborated on, stuff like that. This is the Hall of Natural Science, so it shows off a lot of different stuff here. So this is just showing off, like, insects and plants and stuff, as is this one here, but this is actually some gardens where you can grow a bit of vegetables yourself. And then here you've just got all the different fish. You don't have to do it. I don't think you have to do much to populate this one. It seems to populate by itself. But the rest of these, if you want to populate them, you've got to put stuff in here yourself. Now this is a display for dragons, but as of yet I don't have, because there's a few named dragons here, and then there's an elder dragon and a legendary dragon, and I don't think I've killed either of those yet, because it will never let me place these. So this one here, which is supposed to be an elder dragon, doesn't... Oh! Okay, that dragon I just killed was an elder dragon. Okay. He wasn't... Oh! Okay, this has been buggy then, because it has never let me do those before, but I've always done it from storage rather than from my inventory. So that's cool. Those are there. Then this shows off some of the sort of the Hagraven and the Spriggan, so some of the paranormal sort of wildlife, and then you've got trolls and goats, so showing off the sort of they're frost trolls, so it's showing off the icy sort of regions. Then you've got your domesticated stuff, so you've got dogs, horses, cattle, and there's supposed to be chickens, but you've got to come up with a chicken breast and a chicken egg. I don't have problems getting chicken eggs, but to get chicken breast I've got to kill a chicken, and I don't want to do that. You've got all of these gem displays here. This here is Chorus and Frostbite spiders in this display, and then you've got mud crabs and hawkers in this display, bears and saber-tooths in this one, elk and wolves in this one. This one here is a mammoth display, and I don't yet have any mammoth tusk, I think, for that one. And this one here, for the longest time I couldn't work out what it was, so I looked on the wiki, and apparently when you go along the beaches there are a whole bunch of coloured rocks and shells that you can pick up, and they get displayed on the rocks around here. This one here I don't think you do anything to, but I haven't found for certain yet. It just seems to be already populated by the looks of it. You don't have to add anything to it. So that's the upper level, and then downstairs... So if we come down the stairs here, this is the main level that we came in on. Right, so that's the lower level of the hall down in there. We have the east hallway here, which leads to the Daedric exhibit that I was at a few moments ago. So this shows off any Daedric artifacts that you've got. Now, I didn't get this artifact. This one here, it's a Daedric mace called Scourge. But one of my Explorer Society companions came back with that, I think. or it was donated to the thing by somebody else. And I've got Dawnbreaker down there, and you can see Meridia's beacon up there, indicating that I've done that quest for Meridia. A lot of the other Daedric princes are up there. If and when I do their quests, they will light up. This room is probably the room that's going to be the least complete out of all of them, because I usually don't like doing the Daedric quests. Most of the Daedric quests, to me, are sort of morally ambiguous. This is the Hall of Oddities. Coins and various little things like pottery, and there's all these jade dragons. A lot of this stuff in here was added by the mod as things to display, but not all of them. So this here, the filter of the Phantom, that comes from where is it? From the Shroud of Hearth Barrow outside of Ivarstead. There's that mage in there who uses that to pretend he's a ghost. So that gets displayed here. There's lots of just little weird things that get put in here because they're oddities, etc. And then the final room over here is the Hall of Lost Empires. So this has Dwemer and Falmer stuff in it. At the moment, the only stuff that I've got in here really is... where is it? I've put some armor on this mannequin, some Dwemer armor, but you have to do that manually. And then we have... there was something else in here. Or did I... there's a sword. Where is it? Did I pick it up again? Where the hell? Oh, here it is. So, Masnia, which we got out of Understone Keep, the Dwemer thing under there. Now, and if you think all of this stuff is cool, which it is. Oh, there's also... I'll go down to the... we'll go down to the armory as well. Alright, so then downstairs... oh, so there's also this little exhibit here that shows that I've interacted with the Falmer. And I'm assuming that these other platforms are going to have other exhibits as time goes by. When you come down here into the armory downstairs... this mod is called Legacy of the Dragonborn. It is recommended that you start a new playthrough when you load the mod, but what it does is if you use the alternate start mod, the Live a Love Another Life alternate start mod, you can start as a Relic Hunter, and that's what I did with this. So you start and you arrive at Solitude on the docks, and you get a letter when you arrive from the guy Orion, who is the curator of the gallery, and he is going to hire you as a Relic Hunter. But you can do a normal start if you want, and you just end up hearing about this guy. I think there's a letter that you can pick up. There's letters that you can pick up all over the place that sort of let you know that this museum exists, and when you go there, he offers you a job as a Relic Hunter. And that's basically what I'm doing in this playthrough, is just playing as the Relic Hunter. So this is the armory, and so around the walls here then are displays for different types of armor. So Dragonbone, Daedric, Stalrim. We're going to start filling that out before too long. So here is some Forsworn weapons and armor. Ancient Nordic, so, all the stuff that you get off Draugr. Dwarven, or Dwemer. Steel armor. So that is that's complete. We've got every bit of steel equipment. We're missing a Dwarven crossbow, but that's the only thing we're missing from the Dwarven armor set, the Dwarven equipment set. That's the full iron armor set, I think. I don't think there's a bow associated with that. That is the Falmer gear. It's not complete yet, though, because there's light Falmer armor that goes over there, and there's a couple of more staves. There's actually multiple staves there at the moment. There's 2 more of those. That is the Nordic set, and I made every bit of equipment there because I got that from... I got to that level in smithing that I could start to make that stuff, so I made most of that. I made a lot of the dwarven stuff here as well, and a fair bit of the elven. So that's the elven gear. We're just missing the gilded, or actually it might not be the gilded elven armor, it's the light elven armor that we're missing there. But I think we've got most of the weapons and stuff. There's glass, there's orcish. I'm missing a lot of the orcish stuff. Blades armor, which we'll get when we go further through the Dragon Quest, or the main quest line. Snow Elven, ebony. We've got an ebony axe, and then down in here you have Dawn Guard, and then you got the light Imperial and heavy Imperial armor, and then the Penitus Oculatus armor, and then each of the holds. You have their armor. So we've got the Whiterun Guard armor with the Sword of Whiterun once we become the Thane, Solitude, Windhelm, etc., etc., etc. And then over here you've got Stormcloak Officer armor, Wolf Gaunt. This is the Wolf armor, the Companion Wolf armor, Leather armor, Scale armor, Hide armor, Bone Mold, and Chitin armor. And the way that you... Now, this is where the game gets really interesting, right? So you can go to all of these different galleries and you can place items manually. So if I want to place an item in here, I just come to this little chest, this little storage here, and add an item in here, and it will appear on its appropriate spot, all right? And the same with most of the things, although a lot of the items you just go to the spot where it's supposed to be, and you can place it. So, for example, back up here in this main one, you know, I can just click on that, and if the item's in my inventory, it places it, right? But you've got this little workroom out the back here, right? And this bench over here that runs the entire length, you can just click on that at any time, and it will automatically go through your entire inventory of everything that you're carrying and grab anything out of your inventory that is not favorited or equipped and place them on displays in most of the areas of the gallery. There are a few things it won't do. It doesn't seem to put stuff into the natural history museum with all the animals and dragons and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't place books in the library, and where else? It doesn't. It doesn't put anything in your safe house. And so that now tells me that there's no new displays. I have 394 items on display out of about 3,000. This works with other mods, and with all the mods that it's compatible with, it's about 3,200 items that can be displayed. Right? If you don't want to just have that thing automatically troll through your inventory, you can just come to this box and just transfer whatever you want into that box, and only the things that you put in there will get sent off. On top of all of this, when you're out and about at various dungeons and whatever, you come across these little areas where you can, sort of like when you do mining of resources, there are little excavation sites, and they give you these different fragments. You can use those at this archaeology workstation to actually recreate some artifacts. And it's not artifacts that you see out in the main gallery. These are special ones. and I'll show you where they are. They live in this little reception hall over here. So we have made that ornate Nordic cup, these Dwemer items, the cup, the bowl, and the pitcher, that snow elf bowl, that Falmer shrine, and that Falmer sconce. And there's a whole bunch of other little things that go in there. This mod is just unreal. Like, and then over here in the Explorer Society, you hire people to help you out, and they will go off. You can send them off on missions, and they will come back and dump whatever they find in that chest there. There are also special skills, new skill trees that are associated with archaeology and excavation and stuff like that that give you extra skills. They're nothing spectacular, but they help you a little bit in researching the different what's the name? You know, the different societies and all that sort of stuff. And then just recently, this mod is so huge. You have to build that building, by the way. You have to build this. It doesn't start with the guild house. But then just recently, we got our own airship. And I haven't used this yet, but the airship acts like a mobile gallery. So in here, you have, you know, an alchemy lab, an enchanting lab, all of your gear that gets stored in your safe house, which I haven't showed off yet, but all of your gear in the safe house gets stored in here as well. So there's more gear over. That's your sorting chest that you can use to sort things into the different piles. You can cook, and you've got storage for all of your food and stuff over here. This is your clothing storage. This is basically your bedroom. There is these cards, which, yeah, take them or leave them. Once you get a full set of one suit of cards, they're supposed to give you other special bonuses, but I haven't gotten that many cards yet. This is the navigation area, so you can basically pilot the ship to any of these locations, and it's unclear, but you might be able to eventually pilot it to places outside of Skyrim. And then back down this way is the whole construction area. Right, so you've got a workbench there, you've got all of your ores and resources, grindstone, tanning, you've got your furnace, your smelter, and your anvil up here, and you've got more, you know, all of your weapon racks and all of your storage areas, and then sleeping for all of your explorer companions. So, I mean, this mod is just absolutely huge, mind-blowing, and I absolutely love it. It gives you, like, if you've ever played a game like this and said, you know, I really would like some way to keep track of all of the stuff that I've found, this is it. This is the way to do it. So the one other thing I haven't shown off yet is the safe house. So if we come out of here, go back over into the main Hall of Heroes, and we go upstairs, so that's Orion, the curator of the museum.
Yes.
And you've got museum guards that patrol the museum to make sure no one steals anything. Donation boxes where people can leave donations, and you will occasionally see people wandering around. They are patrons who come through the museum and look at things. They're all voiced, including, you know, Orion, the curator, is voiced, the guards are voiced. What else? Oh, and Orion does tours sometimes. He not only will you see people just wandering around looking at the museum in general, but sometimes, see, that's a patron right there. He's just wandering around having a look at things. So not only that, but Orion will give tours, and so you'll hear him talking about some of the things in the galleries at times as well. Then, if I come back out this top door here, on the upper level, hopefully there will not be another dragon. If I come over here, this is my safe house. So a nice living area here, and even like as wonderful as this place is, nothing's been forgotten. You can even close the curtains if you want to, for whatever reason, right? They think of everything here. So this is your main armory room. So if you, okay, over in here is your main sort of work area, right? Mannequins that you can put gear on if you're not using them and you don't want to sell them or whatever, and you don't want them down in the museum. Much like with the museum box, there is this supplies sorting box. If I click on that, it will take anything out of my inventory that I don't have favorited or I haven't turned off here. So for example, I've told it don't take potions. With that on, it'll take potions out of my inventory. With that off, it will not take them out. And, you know, I can tell it to leave certain things in my inventory. But I click on the supplies, it'll take everything out of my inventory that I've said to take, and it'll store it either in this room, in the various storage areas, or it will store it in the armory in here. So if I had a two-handed sword in my inventory, it would end up in here, right? And I can go through and, you know, heavy armor, one-handed axes, bows, ammunition, staves, shields, the works. This pile here is your sell pile. You can just chuck anything you want in here, and over time it will just gradually be sold. And the proceeds from that get dumped in this little income box here, so I check that every now and then. All of the keys that you have, if you use the sorter in there, it'll automatically put keys up in here. So there's all the keys that I've found over time. Any books get put in here, into the book return, and then you can go down into the, excuse me, that was a mistake. You can go down into the library and tell it to automatically sort all of the books from the book return, and put them on the appropriate shelves. I haven't shown that. But anything in here that's not like a normal book, so these journals, for example, and notes, they end up here. Journals, notes, and scrolls. I mostly sell the scrolls, but I keep all the journals and all the notes that are found, but they don't end up in the library. All right? So then you've got a dining room, and in here, a full kitchen with oven, a door outside. That's supposed to have like plates, cups, all of that type of stuff in it. You got a cook pot. You've got a cooler that will have, supposedly have all of your cold food in it, but actually you look at it over there. I'll show you in a sec. You have a storage closet. And you have a butter churn where you can put in milk and get butter. But over here, you have your icebox full of all of your raw food. And then you have your cooked food over here. Right? And everything you see on the table here is a representation of the stuff that's being stored. So I know that I've got leeks, tomatoes, I've got cabbages, I've got some garlic and some of those sorts of things being stored. You know, the mod is absolutely amazing. There is a place for everything and everything in its place. And then upstairs here, it still keeps going. Upstairs, we have, I don't really know, I'm assuming this room and this room are for your followers or children, if you have them. I haven't yet seen what's involved in trying to furnish those 2 rooms, but you have your bedroom here, which has another copy of the book return, so you can access scrolls and books and stuff like that. You've got a desk here. You've got, this is actually normally hidden. Right, so you can come in here, and this is your treasure room. It's really just an indication of how much gold you're carrying, how much gold you have. So I've got 13,000 gold stored in there. The more gold you store, the more stuff it shows off in here. Clothing goes here. You can actually have it set up multiple sets of armor and travel gear and all that sort of stuff. And there's even a special spell that you can get downloaded into your inventory sort of thing that will allow you to quickly change weapons and armor sets and stuff. More clothes in here. Any jewelry that you got that you don't want to sell stays in here. And then, of course, you've got your bed. The fireplace, if you've got firewood, that actually lights up. And then this is the cards that I talked about before. Yeah. And then through here, you've got a little bathhouse. And if you really love the role-playing aspects, you turn on the valve and it becomes a spa. I mean, there isn't much that they haven't thought of in this mod. I absolutely love it. And just some of the attentions to detail, like the maps on the walls. You know, that's a whole map of Tamriel. It's really nice. I think the only thing we didn't... And then also you get this book, which allows you to navigate around really quickly. So if we want to go to the library, for example... Excuse me. We are now in the library. And you can see books on the shelves here. There's a special area in here for some of the really special books. There's a printing press here to replicate books if you want to keep a copy of them but still have them on display. Much like you can make replicas of all of the magical items that are displayed out in the other galleries. Any books that are in the return here, you can come to the card catalogue and go sort, and it'll take them out of there and put them on the appropriate shelves. So you've got special books on this level, as well as some maps and stuff, treasure maps. And then up on this level, there are the numbered treasure maps that you can get throughout the game. So treasure map 1 all the way around. You know, I've got treasure map 10, 11, 12, etc. And then over here, you've got all of your skill books, all of your spell tomes. That seems to be broken because there are no skill books in there. I don't know why. But all of your spell tomes that you haven't used or that you want to put away are here. That's a duplicate, so I'm going to sell that. And then just basically every book, all the numbered ones, you know, A to G, H to L, M to R, S to Z, and then some of those special collections also appear in this stuff down here as well. So where was it? This one over here. That's the 36 Lessons of Vivek. They're all on the shelves there as well. So it's just absolutely massive. And then these are just empty bookcases that you could store other books in, that if you've got duplicates up there and you wanted to still keep, because like I took that one book that was a duplicate, you could just chuck them in these bookcases, or you could chuck anything in these bookcases. This mod is just insane, the level of it. Anyway, what I was saying, I'm a little conflicted at the moment about where I want to go next. I have been jumping around all over the place with all of the missions and everything that I've been doing. I've got a lot of quests here. I have started Dawn Guard, but not really done much beyond the start of that. I've started the Companions. I've started the main quest line. What else have I done? I've done a fair few of the missions here from this mod that it adds in. Now, as I was saying, down in the armory, I think this is the next thing that I want to do. I am concerned that if I was to start going down the Civil War quest line, I might not be able to become a Thane of all of the places, because you do... I'm going to play on the Imperial side, okay? I don't normally do that. That is something that is very conflicting with me as to which side I do, okay? I've done Imperial a couple of times. I've done Nord, a few times as well. Personally, like probably a lot of people, I feel that the Nords should be allowed to self-govern if they want. They should be allowed to worship Talos if they want. But on the other hand, I can see that the Empire is trying their best to help everybody. They're in a tough situation. But the fact is, I'm playing for I am in a museum in Solitude, and I'm an orc. And the orcs are well known for working in the Imperial military. So I am going to go down the Imperial line. And my concern is that if I go down the Imperial line, I won't, for example, be able to get the Axe of Windhelm. And there may be other cities that we have to attack. I know we attack Whiterun, which is fine. I've already got the gear from Whiterun, so that's not a problem really, but I'm concerned I might not be able to become a Thane of all of the holds once I've started that quest line. So I feel like I should become a Thane of every hold. That's my next goal. I was going to start doing some of the Dawnguard missions and try and get that out of the way. I was also thinking about doing some of the companion missions and getting that out of the way. I could also go down the mage route and get some of that, because I don't have any of the mage questline stuff yet. But that doesn't really matter. I can do that at any time. So I think the first thing I should do right now... Well, okay, it's in the middle of the night, so that's not good. I should go back to the safe house and sleep. But in the morning, we might go and see what it takes to become a Thane of Solitude. So let's crash on the bed here for a few hours, which I think we actually did before we did that tour. But that's all right. So it's my understanding that to become a Thane of any of the holds, all you have to do is help out 3 different people in the hold. But you can't just do it willy-nilly, I don't think. Do I have to do some... Why is that pointing me there? What quest do I currently have active? No, let's turn that off. I do need to return to Latoria and see what she has for me, though. So, Latoria, what did you find in that pile of ruined books that I gave you?
Yes, quite interesting.
Oh, another treasure map. Very nice.
Treasure map of some kind from drawings and texts. Perhaps you will have some luck finding where it leads.
And that's 13. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Where is it? Glacial Chasm. Bring warm clothes. Old excavation site. I don't know. But we'll go and put that in the library really quickly. We might get you to go off and excavate. That will be good. Is there anybody else around? No. We should... Let's just super quickly, let's use the curator's guide, go back to our safe house and get some more books for Latora, or whatever her name is. Keeping her working on the books is a good idea. We don't have enough. We need 20. Okay, well, we won't do that then. I do have some stuff that needs sorting, though. I have... I just noticed I had dragon bones and stuff in my inventory. So, supply sorting done. Didn't get rid of the steel arrows. I want to use that normally. I want to sell that, put that away. Let's just quickly put these arrows, sell these arrows and the sparks. Spell. Let's go put this in the library before we forget. Hang on. Read guide. A note from... Why did that not get put away? Put that in the notes. Cannot be removed from inventory. That's why it didn't get put away. Okay. Let's go to the library. That's right. I'm putting the map away. It's that one there. There we go. Damn it, I can't jump down. Okay, so I might actually... I don't normally like to look too much into the wikis, but I just want to be... I want to be sure I'm doing the right stuff here. If I'm doing the quest for Solitude, I want to make sure I'm helping the right people. Dark Brotherhood, Companions, Falkrear, Solitude. Not sure. Let's just go to the... Go to the Blue Palace or whatever it's called and talk to the Jarl, see what we can come up with. Excuse me. And we've probably got to dodge the dragon skeleton. Yeah. Wow. That's not a skeleton yet. Well, that's a little bit weird. Normally it's bones by now. I mean, it was only a day ago, but it doesn't seem to take long for them to turn to bones.
I swear to you, unnatural magics are coming from that cave. There are strange noises and lights. We need someone to investigate.
Then we will immediately send out a legion to scour the cave and secure the town. Hafingar's people will always be safe under my rule.
Your Eminence, my scrying has suggested nothing in the area. Dragonbridge is under Imperial control. This is likely superstitious nonsense.
Perhaps a more tempered reaction might be called for?
Oh,
Please,
yes, of
don't
course,
interrupt the
right.
court.
Falk, tell Captain Aldous I said to assign a few extra soldiers to Dragonbridge.
Thank you, Jarl Elisif. But about the cave.
I will have someone take care of the cave as well, Varnius. You can rest easy. You're dismissed. Do you have business? The Jarl has put out a bounty on some bandit. You mean the Dragonbridge issue? I'll be honest with you.
We lost another
There.
5 guardsmen
I don't think it's worth our time with the war going on. But if you want to clear out the cave, I'll make sure you're repaid for your work.
The news is the same as it's been.
If you have business, please see Falk Firebeard, my steward.
Cost of the guards of our town.
Okay, so we're going to do that mission. See what we can do to get in the good books. So... oh, it's up there? No, that is the other mission, although that would be easy enough to do. We're also looking at that one. Where is that? Wolf Skull Cave. There. On the way! I think we'll go and do the bandits there, and then we'll come back and do the Wolf Skull Cave. Why did I do that? What I want to do is I want to come to the Statue of Meridia. I don't have a horse anymore. Damn it! Got to get another horse. Just because... Let's come down to the Markarth stables and get a horse from there. I don't know why I want a horse from there, but... I've already bought a horse from the stables at Solitude and it died, so... Can we get a horse from here? I think you're probably...
Got one all saddled and ready to go. Sounds fair. She's yours. Like I said, she's all set.
Okay, so back to Statue of Meridia. Been a while since we saved, so let's get on with that. So we want to go west and then east. Yeah. Sounds good. Well, west and then north, but yeah. Left and then right is more what I was thinking. Damn it, that's a bandit camp I've got to take out as well. To get through to there. Or maybe I can go over here and go down this way and around that way. That might be the better way to go. I wouldn't mind taking out that. But not now. Where are we going? Okay, there's a little trail to the north. Or is it the second trail to the north? Don't know. It might technically be possible to go through there and get down. Let's see what it looks like when we get over there. Because I think that's just through here. Kind of dangerous, but I think my horse will survive. Oops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, that spell won't protect... Oh, that was quick. That spell will not protect you from an arrow, mate. I must admit, that confused me a little bit when I first played this game. I thought wards were protection from physical attacks as well as spells. But wards only protect against spells and nothing else. But you see so many mages as you come across them who use wards as if they expect that they're going to get attacked by a spell, that it makes it seem like they think it's going to protect them from the physical attacks as well. I mean, I would have, as a mage, I would have been casting, you know, oak skin or something like that, one of the skin spells anyway. They're all just empty bottles, Tony. Why the hell are you picking up empty bottles? Ice wolf, one of which I killed. More empty bottles, a whole bunch of fish that I don't want. Nordic barnacles, nothing in the pot. Another woodcutter's axe, I need that. So I lost mine at home. And then we've got you. More Nordic barnacles. Nobody else in here? Another chest. Oh, skooma. An old key. Iron boots, worth almost nothing. Red apples. Nordic barnacles, Nordic barnacles. I don't want the apples. Come on, where's the chest that this key belongs to? Sack of flour, empty. What's in that one? Empty. Come on, where's the... There we go. Is there anything down there? No. Okay. So, more Nordic barnacle. Sack of flour. I'll get the cabbages. Don't need that. We checked all of that already. Oop. Ooh. That looks like it might be interesting. Chrysamere 31. Paladin's Boon provides defense against fire, magic, and increased health regeneration. Attacks repel undead. I mean, it's not as good as my 41, but if I can upgrade that, that might be even better than my Elven Sword, and I could have that in one hand and Dawnbreaker in the other. I won't be getting souls, though, so maybe not. We will see. I will make a decision about that shortly. There's nothing else down here. What about down here? Come on, hurry up. Another chest there. It's in the barrels. Salt pile. Potatoes. Salt pile. I feel like there was... Did I get that lot of Nordic Barnacle? Why can I not... Yeah, there's a whole bunch of Nordic Barnacle here. Any more around here? No. What about round this side? Yep, there's more Nordic Barnacle there. And there. And there, and there, and there. Wonderful. Oh, and there, and there, and there. I think we got these two, didn't we? Yes, we did. Right. So, we did this mission. Where did I leave my horse? Over there. What we might do... is store stuff in our phantasmal chest. Okay, we will follow this road. With our weapons out, maybe, just to be prepared. Why do I have blood over the back of my head, of my helmet? Maybe I don't really want to know, now that I think about it. Okay, that was pretty easy. Stormcloak soldier. Very nice. Now, where am I supposed to be going? Ah, Wolf Skull Cave. No, I wasn't sure if there was any ore there. It sort of looked like a spot that might have ore on it. Okay, something's going wrong here. I've got a mod that is supposed to stop my horse from doing this sort of stuff. It's not this mod, but I'm wondering if there's something wrong, because it's supposed to have my horses running away from combat, not charging into it like that. You wait there, horsey. If this is going to be full of skeletons, that's a two-handed sword. I'm not going to be using that. It's a two-handed sword. I was going to say, if it's going to be full of skeletons, I should use that sword with Dawnbreaker. G'day, Crossburst. Okay, up or down? Down. Gotta love it. Let's just see where this up went. Just go anywhere.
Is someone there? Did you hear something?
Who is it? There's another one here somewhere. There. Oh, crap. You can't get me while I'm out here. Oh, but you can come out. Okay, I think we're good. Look at all those empty wine bottles. Is there anything decent amongst all of this? There's a coin purse with 17 gold. Right. G'day, Saint Salvius. Search the skeleton. The apprentice necromancer. I feel like there's another body that I didn't get. Because there was 2 necromancers. There's the other one. And there was a Draugr. Oh, there we go. There's the Draugr. Where does this go? Does this go back to where I was? Yes, it does. Okay. And that dead ends there. Okay, very good. This is all the same place. Okay, what's up here? Nothing. Looks like I have to go down. Okay, that's the way onwards. There's nothing to loot in here. And I am in Wolf Skull Cave, just up here. So what I've decided to do is to try and become Thane of every hold. Because that will give me all of the weapons and armor of the various holds. So I am doing the missions for that. I remember this. I sort of remember this mission, and I remember it enough to think that I probably want to use my bow a bit more than I have been. I have been using my swords a lot lately because I am doing way better with them than I am with the bow. But in this, if I can take out some of these necromancers...
Hear our call and awaken. We summon Potema. We summon Potema. Long have you slept the dreamless sleep of death, Potema. No longer. Hear us, Wolf Queen. We summon you. We summon Potema.
Azura's quest. I don't think so. Can I get that guy? I can, but I'm not going to be able to kill him in one shot. What a bummer.
Yes! Yes! Return me to this realm!
As our blood of the innocent binds you, Wolf Queen. Summoned with words found by love.
What? What are you doing? You fools! You cannot bind me to your will.
Okay, carrying way too much. Damn it! No. There we go. Proper lock design. Very good.
Summoned words found by love.
You ants don't have the power to bind me.
Gotta get up there.
Something is wrong. There is an intruder.
An intruder, you say? Where? I don't see an intruder. Actually, okay. Looks like I already have that book, but that's fine. So we got rid of all of that. Let's just check and make sure there's no extra loot we missed along the way. G'day, Duck Sauce. So even though it might not be obvious from that fight, I have actually changed my strategy a little bit at the moment. I'm not using my bow as much anymore. I've decided that the swords are way better. And I actually got rid of my dagger in exchange for... Oh, okay, I see what that does. I got rid of my dagger in exchange for an elven sword. So my current layout is elven sword of soul stealing as my main blade, which does slightly more damage than Dawnstar. I was going to try and make a duplicate, or I did make a duplicate of Dawnstar, a Dawnbreaker, sorry, and I was going to use that as my secondary weapon, enchanted to use soul stealing and upgraded, but you can't upgrade the replicas. So it just did not do as much damage as this elven blade does. Now, once I get more steel, I might change the elven blade over for a Nordic steel blade. They do about the same damage, but the Nordic blade looks better in my opinion than the elvish blade does. Did I search you? I did. Very good. And then you may have noticed that I used oak skin during the battle just to up my armor rating just a touch, and that's something that I'm going to do because I want to get, if I do enough alteration and go down the right skill line, I can get magic resistance as part of that. So I'm working towards that at the moment. So I'm probably not going to put too many more points into archery as a skill. I'm still using it. You know, actively I'll use it, and if it, you know, increases the skill, great. But I'm probably not going to use any more perks from the archery tree at this point. Let's get out of here. How the hell do I get out of here now? It says that way, but... that goes back to Wolf Skull Ruins. And there's no exit from here. Okay. What am I missing? Was there an alternate way out of Wolf Skull Ruins? Let's have a look. Maybe there is. It does point over that way. Oh, don't jump down there, Tony. Yeah, take the proper path. What's over here? Can't go anywhere there. must have been another exit that I wasn't noticing before. So I go up this way. Go out through here. Yeah, there's always a Skyrim door. You just have to find it. Oh. That is what I forgot. Elven bow, elven helm. Nothing I don't already have. And we're back to Wolf Skull Cave. Drop back down and we go out this way. Oh, hang on. Do we go out that way? Or is it this way? It's this way. I almost went in deeper again. There we go. Well, let's go back to the gallery first because that's easier. We'll drop some stuff off. What do we have to drop off? Cards. There might be more in the chest. So we've got a sword. Not sure where. There it is. There we go. That's about the only thing I think that will go out here. From what I can see, we might have... Let's have a quick look down in the armory. We might be able to put Stormcloak armor on display. I'm not sure though. Yep. Oh, that's Stormcloak Officer. Let's have a look. Let's try putting it in and see what happens. If it comes back and says 0 to display, then, you know, no big deal. Anything else from here that I thought might be... Blood-worn helm. Don't remember that before. Necromantic helm of Mani Marco, the Worm King. Provides level scale bonuses to conjuration as well as summon skeleton guardian ability. That definitely goes upstairs. Yep, okay. The rest of this, those Stormcloak stuff wasn't meant to be in here. Oh, we already had some in there. Oh, actually, is that going to remove 2? Did I? Like, that's not Stormcloak, that's Whiterun. And that's Windhelm. I'm waiting for it to tell me the change. And if it says -2, I want to know where it was sitting, because I don't remember seeing it. It was -2. Okay. Where was the Stormcloak armor? I wonder if it's actually hidden there and is just not displayed as part of the Stormcloak officer armor, because there is nowhere else for the Stormcloak, the normal Stormcloak armor. But it says it was on display. It says it's going to put 2 more suits of armor on display, but there aren't any. Finished updating display. 2 displays. Yeah. I don't see Stormcloak armor anywhere here. Not up there. Not down here anywhere. You know, the only place it could be, it has to be hidden here. It's very odd. Anyway, not to worry. Midas, that's right, I was going to put this helm upstairs. I think I even know where it goes, to be honest. And it's going to be all the way up at the top. And then over there where all the helms are. Somewhere here. There it is, Blood-worn helm. Okay, let's not take a chance. Maybe there is something else in amongst all this stuff that needs to be catalogued. You get the Imperial armor in the Helgen start. You can get Imperial armor from there. But yeah, it's strange that there's a place to put the Imperial armor, but no place to put just the normal Stormcloak armor, only the Stormcloak officer armor. And because I'm going to do an Imperial, I'm going to play as the Imperials in the Civil War questline, the interesting thing will be, how do I get the Stormcloak officer armor? I've got to make sure I kill a Stormcloak officer at some point to get it. Because I don't believe I will be able to start and do enough of the quest line as a Stormcloak and then switch over. I don't know, maybe I can, maybe I should do that. But if you weren't here earlier, the reason why I'm doing the quest for all of the, well, for the Solitude, I want to become the Thane of Solitude, is I want to become the Thane of all of the different holds, and I want to do that before I start the Civil War questline, because I suspect starting the Civil War questline will ruin the ability to become the Thane of some of the other cities. Okay, we want to sell that. All of this. Keep those. I sell that. Keep that, keep that, keep that, keep those, keep that, sell those. Sell that. Sell those. Sell that. Sell that. That. Those. Those. I might just check and see if I can learn the enchantments off any of those. I'm not sure if I know them or not. Rid of that. Oh, actually, I do sort of want the skeever tail, don't I, just to be... sell the skooma, sell that. Keep that. Sell those. We can't do anything with those. Or with that. Don't want those. Keep that. Right. Sort. Thank you. I didn't get any more steel then, did I? Do I need... Yes, I need steel to make that. Yeah. That's alright. How am I doing charges on my weapons? Good. Out. Good. Let's... I want that. And those. And those. That the only stuff that didn't... Yeah, that's the only stuff that doesn't have souls on them. Very good. How many veggie soup? We got 14. That's fine. Don't need any more. No, the cultists don't have a display in the armory room. I tried using the thing to automatically place them, and they didn't have anywhere to go. So that's why I've got them on display in my room rather than anywhere else. Gotta say, that was a little disappointing, because I really felt like they should have had a display somewhere. Let's put... I got some more books to go into the book return. That, and that can all go in there. I think one of these is a note. Yeah, that. Alright, let's rest for a few hours so that someone is awake when I go to claim this. There we go.
How can this one help?
Oh, I thought you had stuff for me. I guess not.
You've returned. Good. What did you find at Wolf Skull Cave? Portema herself? Please tell me you stopped them. You've done a larger service to the realm than you could possibly know. A resurrected Portema. I shudder at the thought. May the god... Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here's your reward. Anyone with a stout heart like yours is welcome here.
Beset by bandits and beasts, and now there's even talk of bloody dragons.
My dear Bryling, barring any fancy and folly, the good people of Haffinger are surely capable of dealing with the odd highwayman
There's something
or stray dog.
personal I was hoping you would do for me. Steward, I have an idea that might help to bolster the morale of our people in this difficult time. I think we shall have a grand parade, and let General Tullius march his troops from the Blue Palace to Castle Dower in all their finery.
What a fine idea, my Jarl. However, I would suggest we wait until the war has ended. After all, the General needs his soldiers out in the field, fighting battles against the Stormcloaks.
I must protest, my Jarl. A parade would make you an easy target for a Stormcloak assassin. You're safer here in the palace.
Oh, very well. I can see there's no changing your stubborn Nord minds. But when this war is won, I will have my parade.
Yes, my Jarl.
There's something personal I was hoping you would do for me. Falk told me what you did for us at Wolfskull Cave. He says you're someone we can trust. As you may know, Talos worship is outlawed in the Empire. When we buried my husband, I made offerings to all the gods, except Talos. I would like you to take an item of his, a war horn handed down from his father, and place it at a shrine of Talos. Thank you. It would mean a lot to me.
Too often the General has lost good soldiers because he did not take Ulfric and his men seriously. If this continues, and the worst comes to pass, Solitude will pay.
Okay, where do we have to go to do this? Does it have a suggested shrine? Because I know of a hidden shrine there. Ah, you want me to go there? Okay. Let's go to Battleborn Farm then. Oh, not another one. All I see at the moment, dragon after dragon after dragon. Is he going to attack or not? Okay. Yeah, it's a new horse. My other horse died yesterday to a troll attack. It was very tragic. Still not sure I can talk about it, to be honest. No, they can die. The really annoying thing is that you don't have a health meter for them. I was on the horse when he died. Fighting... there was a troll fighting a bear, and stupidly I decided to get involved. There's actually a bear just over here. Where is he? There was a bear over here a minute ago. Okay, maybe we won't worry about it. I can't even remember where I was. I was riding around somewhere and a troll and a bear were right near each other and they were fighting, and I rode into battle with my sword swinging from the back of the horse, and I got the bear. Actually, no, it was a bear and two trolls. And I took out the bear, and I was in the middle of trying to take out the trolls, and they ended up... I think as I killed one troll, the other one took out my horse, and I had to... It kicks you off. Hang on. Where is it I'm going? Is it not that? Oh, it's not that. Alright, so it's not Shimmer Mist Cave. Is it up here? Or is there another way I've got to go to get there? I think there's another way I've got to go. That doesn't look like it's possible. Okay, maybe we're going to fight the bear after all. We've got to go around this way. No, it's got to be up at the next part. No, it's not here. Ah, here it is. If I remember rightly, you get attacked after you do this. So let's get our weapons out. Wouldn't mind some soul gems. It's in the satchel. We'll take that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, damn it, I missed. If you've killed my second horse in 2 days, I am going to be extremely pissed off. And that is the elven light armor that I have been hoping to find. Or that I needed for the display. I didn't really want to wear it, although I am curious to see how much better it is going to be. Where? Yeah. So what did we get then? Elven light armor, 47. I wonder how good that... how good I can make that. It's not going to look all that good on me though. Okay. It's 1 AM. So that's my character's outfit. Yeah, I do have armor as potions. I keep forgetting to use them when I upgrade my gear. I actually like the look of this armor, minus the helmet. There's no helmet that comes with it, but I need the helmet to get the full set bonus, although I have thought about putting a mod in which takes the need for the helmet out of the set bonus. Once I get to Stolrim armor, I might consider using that in place of this armor, but this is the Relic Hunter armor, and I think it just looks really good for this character, which is why I've gone with it. But we should... I don't know whether I should try upgrading this light elven armor first or not. Actually, that elven armor has a better rating than the light elven armor. So there's no sense in upgrading this light elven armor. That's only got a 47. Did I upgrade that already or not? Let's have a look. No, I didn't. So there's no sense in using this light elven armor. It's not as good as that stuff. None of this. None of that. That might be absolutely everything for the complete elven set. We'll have a look in a sec when it updates. There we go. So if we have a look in the mod list here, Legacy of the Dragonborn, I think Elven Armor is in the first page. Yeah, helmet's not that great. That's just a standard light Imperial helmet. I just can't find a helmet that I like the look of to go with that armor. Frankly, if I can find another set of light armor that I like the look of, I'll be more than happy to switch to it. But I just don't really like, particularly on an elf, I don't like the look of the elven armor, and it's about the best. And the scale armor just doesn't do it for me. I am missing the elven gilded armor. That's all I'm missing from that elven set. It's very nice. I think it probably puts the gilded armor in place of the elven armor. It doesn't have a special spot for it, but apart from that, that set's complete. We're really getting there with this armor. I mean, sure, there's a whole sets here which we don't have anything on, but we've got everything in Dwarven except for a Dwarven crossbow. That set there is complete, the steel armor. The iron armor, I believe, is complete. Pretty sure. The Falmer, there's still a few bits of Falmer stuff that we need. The Nordic armor, we just need the armor itself. The Elven, there's the gilded armor. And then we don't have any of that. The Orcish, we still need a lot of. Yeah. But we're working towards... Yeah, Solitude. We're working towards the Sword of Solitude. Whether we'll get access to the Solitude Guard armor, I'm actually just waiting to see a dragon kill one of the soldiers from Solitude, to be honest. It's a terrible thing to say, but that's pretty much the only way I'm going to get anything happening there. Let's see, the rest of this stuff... That's right, I wanted to see if I can break down any of that. Let's head back to the safe house. Okay, we've got some notes. That one, that can go away. What else? I had some soul gems to put away. That one. And those two. And then I had some leathercraft supplies. Where are we? Those two. Oh, and there's an old key there that can go away. I can't even remember what that was from. How much more money did we get from sales? 2 grand. Very nice. The key away. How much are we carrying? 112. Not great, but not terrible either. Mostly potions, to be honest. And at the moment, I don't really feel like I need as many of these potions as I've got. I might... This is going to come back and haunt me. But I might put some of these potions away. Let's leave the minor healing there. And then... that'll do. I'm going to sell those potions of paralysis. I'm not using them. And the true shots. There we go. Alright, I'm going to be right back. 1 second. Right, we're back. See you, Leroy. Have a good one. Sorry I missed you leaving. Sleep for a few hours, go and see the Jarl. Okay. And a little tactic that I'm doing at the moment is I'm getting used to, rather than leaving out the front door and going along the balcony, I'm going this way down internally and going out the front door out here, because if I go out onto the balcony and a dragon comes and attacks, I don't have much option to attack it if it goes and lands, say, in the courtyard over there or down that way or whatever. I've got to go inside and then down the stairs and come out to actually do anything with the dragon. So if I leave by the front door, I can attack a dragon no matter where it lands. But if I go out that top door of the safe house, it's a real pain. And speaking of pains, it is actually a real pain how many dragons spawn around the cities like this. I used to have the same problem when I lived near Falkreath. Every time I'd go into Falkreath, there'd be a dragon.
It's a fine day with you around. Falk said I could count on you. You have more than earned the right to purchase property and take the next step to becoming a Thane. Speak to Falk when you have the funds, and thank you.
Very well. Let's meet this evening and make the arrangements.
There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold, and who owns at least one piece of property in my city. You help my people and purchase a house from my steward, and I'll make you my Thane.
You're acting like children.
Good luck to you.
Okay, I don't want to have to buy this, but
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
25 grand?
Splendid. There's a house available right. Very well. Just let me know when you have the necessary.
To protect the city.
That's going to take a bit. I forgot about that. I mean, I do have money sitting in my little secret strong room. What do I need to do to assist the people of Haffinger? Is that going to show me on the map? No. Okay, let's see if I can see. Sorry, I'm just looking on the wiki to see if there's any information about who I have to talk to help people. Doesn't really say. Thane of Harfinger. Doesn't say. Okay. Got to help 5 people. I thought it was only 3 people in Falkreath that I had to help. That's really annoying. So I don't feel like there's going to be too many people here in Solitude that I can help, but I am curious to see if they put markers over their heads, because that is the only quest I've got active at the moment. So I feel like I should probably just go around Haffinger and see if anybody has...
Good morning. Some might call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Do you have anything I want? All I want is steel or refined malachite.
Come back to bits and pieces. Need something? Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
What did you have in the way of spells? Nothing. Okay. Because another spell would be good.
Spare some gold for a veteran? Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart.
Well, that's one.
It's best you leave me be.
Sure, there's got to be someone in the tavern
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything.
who needs some help.
I'll send someone over.
Now, it's obvious it's not going to.
You look like someone who can hold their liquor. How about a friendly contest to win a staff?
Don't really feel like drinking.
Come back when you do, my friend. Come back when you do.
Welcome to the Winking Skeever, friend. I think the Bard's College might be looking for recruits. You should speak to the head of the college, Viarmo, if you're interested. Let's sate that appetite, hmm? Remember the Winking Skeever next time you're foot sore.
Tidings.
By blade or by spell. If you want it dead, I'll make it dead. Oh, if you change your mind, seek me out.
All right.
Feel free to make requests. Oh, no. But being surrounded by good music, good drink, and good friends is all I've ever asked for. Only in that I'm a graduate. I work here at the Winking Skeever. I would highly recommend it, though. Talk to Viarmo if you're interested. Generally, if you want rumors, you should talk to Corpulus. That said, I did see a visitor pass on his way to the blue...
Hello, yes. I'm the Dean of History, and scribe work when I can find some quiet time.
Seems there's always more to be done. You could say that. I own the place. Well, okay. My father owns the Winking Skeever, but it's the family business, so it'll be mine when he kicks off. I was done talking anyway.
Welcome to the Winking Skeever, friend.
Okay, what happens if I do the drinking contest?
Ha! We'll see about that. This is a special brew. Very strong stuff. Let's get started. I'll start round one. Down the hatch. Your turn. One down, my friend, one down. And another one for me. And how about you? So says you. I think I've hit my limit on these things. Tell you what, one more and you win the contest. Wow, you've really done it. The staff is yours. You know, you're a fun person to drink with. I know this great little place where the wine flows like water. We should head there. Hey, you don't look so good.
Wake up. That's right. It's time to wake up, you drunken blasphemer. Of course, you don't remember getting here. I'm guessing you also don't remember coming in here and blathering incoherently about marriage or a goat. Which means you don't remember losing your temper and throwing trash all over the temple. Dibella teaches love and compassion, but that doesn't mean we're just going to tell you what you want to know and let you walk away from this. Pick up your mess, then apologize. And if we think you're sincere, we'll consider lending you aid.
Okay, well, I'm assuming that's the mess, because I don't see anything else that's lying around here that is not marked as steel. I've never done this quest before.
Talk to me again when you've cleaned up your mess. Oh, I'd love to help you figure it out, but I'm so busy cleaning up the mess you made of our temple. Now, if you were to help tidy up and perhaps apologize after,
I thought I'd tidied up already.
I might be able to help you. Well, we can always use contributions. You were ranting when you got here, but most of it was slurred. You did say something about Rorikstead. Maybe you should take a look there.
Oh my god, I'm in Markarth? Right. I did not expect this.
Need a new blade? Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
That'll do for now. Warwickstead. Okay. Well, I don't feel like I want to do that quest at the moment. Let's go to Dragonbridge, because that is part of Haffinger. See if we can find someone there who needs some help of some sort. Oh. And of course it's the middle of the night.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
Tidings.
Respect the law, and you'll have no trouble in Dragonbridge.
Working hard gives a man reason for drinking hard. Well, that and putting up with a wife like mine. Damn right it has. Demand's never been so high. At least not since I built the new mill. Her name's Olda. If you've met her, then you probably are. I swear that woman is the most spiteful shrew in all of Skyrim. I think they're hard to say. I just hope the bridge could be if one side wants to keep the other from coming across. They might try to knock it down.
Fate is the name. I keep the inn. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty. Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Keep walking, stranger.
Okay.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Yes?
Nord. So you're just Nord. That's the way that works?
I'm a bard, trained at the Bard's College in Solitude. Wanderers like you should think about applying.
So there was a bounty. Is that the one that I just looked at? Now that was Orphan's Tear. Where is... Oh, up there, Ironback Hideout. See if there's anyone else in town who wants some help.
Have you met my husband? Well, don't bother. He's a drunk. He promised me, swore on his ancestors that he'd give up the mead. And what do I find out? He's been stashing drink in a cave nearby. He even has some wolves guarding it. I swear, I should just cut out his tongue. That would be the end of it. If you want to try, but I'll keep my dagger sharpened just in case.
You can help yourself to any drink you find, but bring me the bottle of Dragon's Breath mead. It's his favorite, so I know he has one there. Mm-hmm.
Rightio. Let's do that. There's a bear just up here, so we've got to be careful. Let's get rid of him. Assuming these are the wolves that are guarding the cave. Two more just here.
Well, Stendar's mercy to you. If my Horgir doesn't give up the mead this time, I'll hit him over the head with it. Here, for your trouble.
Okay, should only need 2 more people.
Alright then.
Let's see, do you need any help with anything?
Make yourself useful and chop up some firewood. There's a few coins in it for you.
Okay. how am I supposed to chop up the firewood if you won't get away from... Right, whatever.
If you're looking for a room, you want the 4 shields.
Are you a soldier? One day, I'm going to be a soldier.
No, I'm a relic hunter. He's just going to chop wood all day. Okay. Well, and you're chopping wood as well. Do you have anything?
Seen some mean-spirited folk pass through lately. Thought I was rid of those sorts when I left Mark. I grew up an orphan on the streets of Logrove. When I met Michelle, I knew this is where I belonged. Both the Imperials and they stayed. And that's not all. They took a heap of our lumber and one... Of course. You ask if I'm worried. I'm terrified, if you want the truth of it. I have to stay strong for my wife and children.
I don't know why the back of my helmet is always bloody, but the front isn't. I'm assuming there's something broken about it. And I seem to have this thing for placing the wood on the very back of the block.
All right.
Let's give the firewood to this guy, which hopefully will be helping person number 4.
Hard to say. I just hope the bridge could be if one side wants to keep the other. Honest gold for honest work. Until next time.
Damn it, that didn't count. That's annoying. Let's go and kill the leader, the bandit. Is there another? There's not that many villages. I don't know if Morthal is part of Haffinger or not. I don't think it is. Let's fast travel up to here, go up and do this bandit thing. I don't know if that will count or not. Okay, that was a weird interaction, but whatever. How far away am I? Oh, it's up there somewhere. Get out of the way, you stupid horse. Oh. Stupid damn horse. Okay. Oh, didn't even know what I got there. Pickpocketing increase. I don't want any of that. Don't want any of that. I'm stuck on whatever that was. Maybe there's someone at the farm that needs something. Well, that's the thing. I've actually got a mod installed that is supposed to make the horses flee. But it's not working properly for some reason, and I don't know why. Like, I'm not sure if I've got the wrong mod or what the deal is. But I thought I had a mod that was supposed to be doing that. So, yeah. Very much unsure.
Living outside the walls is a risk, aye. But at least the guards don't come nosing around.
Okay.
We had some trouble, yes?
Okay, I want to find someone that wants a quest done, but there doesn't seem to be anybody. Maybe down at the docks? Let's go back to the gallery for now. Oh, what the hell? Okay, quick save. Something's happened.
I'm so sorry. The museum has been robbed, and I'm afraid that I am at least partly to blame. Yes, you see, I haven't been exactly completely forthcoming with you about my past, and sadly, it has caught up with me. Before coming here, to Skyrim, I was part of a group of brigands back in Hammerfell who operated in western Bangorai. One day we were on a job. We were posing as guards for a caravan destined for High Rock, planning to turn on it when we reached the wastes. Only, when we got there, we were ambushed. The entire job was a ploy to catch us and put an end to our banditry once and for all. That's how I lost my eye. Only a few of us escaped and fled into the hills of Dragontail Mountains. Bleeding and alone, I still to this day don't know how I survived up there. I was found just outside of Heldorn by a missionary who took me in and nursed me back to health. I swore to Tohuaca right then and there that I would turn my life around and live a just and honest life from that day forward. So, I left it all behind and came here to Skyrim to start again. But it seems that those from my past have followed me here. I tried to fight them off, but they knocked out poor Orien and overpowered me and the other guards. They tied me up and made off with everything. I suppose they left me alive in hopes of me taking the fall for the robbery. I suppose it would be appropriate, given my failure. You mean, after all my failings, you are willing to allow me to help you? I believe I may have some ideas of where they went. There were a few jobs we had which brought us into Skyrim, and we had a couple of small holdouts back in the day. I would think that a good place to start would be Windcaller's Pass. It's a collapsed cave that once ran through the Great Mountain, where we would hold up when the heat got too hot. It's remote enough that we would lay low if needed, and stash loot there before gathering up and departing for Hammerfell. Excellent. You won't be disappointed. I'll redeem myself yet.
Okay, that's the most pressing thing right now. Okay, where are we going? Windcaller Pass. Ah. Okay, that's easy. Let's head to the Ritual Stone. That... Oh, damn it, he's respawned. Right, Windcaller's Pass. Let's go. I think that must be it just there. But I've got to get rid of these wolves first. It's probably easier if I just snipe them from here. That looks like all of them. Alright, let's head in. Oh, he's a sneaky one. He can do the forward roll sneak thing. I don't know that I've ever actually done this location before. Even when it wasn't. I mean, okay.
This is the place. Be cautious.
Okay, well, let's do the whole sneaky thing then. How the hell did that not even hit him? Okay. No more sneaking.
Never should have come.
It's been a long time since I've been hurt that much. Are you okay? I'm probably not much better, to be honest. Oh no, I've just got an icicle through my chest. Yeah, I think you've probably deserved to cough, and you've probably got a little bit of a headache there. Okay, it's you. It's probably going to be more guys deeper in the cave. Let's see what they've got here. Nothing special. Activate the stolen artifacts. He's got 2 scimitars if I want to go dual-wielding scimitars, which, if I was an elf, would be very cliche. How much damage are they doing, to be honest? Nord War Axe. Don't need those, don't need those. Put that away. Only did 26 damage. They're not worth it. I know there is some pretty good enchanted ones in the game. Right, where was... There was the gate, the doorway. Was that... No, it was this way. Was it? Which way was it that I... No, this was the way we came in. Okay. So this is... Oh, hang on. Was it... No, that. What am I missing? Find the clues of where to go next. mean, that looks like a fake wall there. But I don't see a switch or anything here. Let's get a torch out just to make sure. Can't move that torch. There's no interaction with those posts. Or these ones. Was there any sort of switches out this way? Empty barrel. Aha! Once you manage to get out of solitude with the haul, make sure you find the darkest, deepest hole you can to keep it in until things die down. We'll make our way to Engelman's Rest and get some of the loot moving over the mountains right away for home. There is so much of it we can't possibly hope to move it all at once, so we'll be there for a time. I wanted to keep that. There we go. That's the clue as to where they've gone. Still feels like this is supposed to lead somewhere. Even you can even hear the wolves. I wonder, maybe this cave also doubles as like a werewolf lair or something. Like, I don't see any sort of switch anywhere. I think I have to talk to you.
Well, let me think a moment. I'm still in a bit of a haze from the ordeal. I believe they came in separately throughout the day and spread out across the entire museum. They never really interacted during the day, and some of them even left, but apparently must have climbed to the balcony entrance and were let back in and then hid. Another must have laid low in the cellar or armory when we weren't looking. Eventually, all the other patrons left for the day, and it appeared that the last of them was walking out when they suddenly barred the front door. Before I could fully draw my sword, one of them appeared behind me and knocked me on the head. Everything started spinning, and I heard a yell and a sudden groan from Orion in the office. Someone shot him with a dart, laced with a sleeping draught. I saw several figures wandering about, but my vision was still pretty unclear. But they were only there for about 20 minutes or so, I'd say. Eventually, I regained my senses to find myself tied up in the main hall. But by that time, they were gone. The other guards, they weren't so lucky. I heard fighting in various halls, which quickly died down. Afterwards, I didn't find any of them left alive.
Have I ever tried some companion mods like Inigo? Not really. I do have 2 mods that I'm using at the moment that add more Argonian and Khajiit to the world so that they can all become companions. Partly so that you can have more companions, but also partly because I feel there aren't enough Argonians and Khajiit just generally throughout Skyrim. I've mentioned this before in other playthroughs, but Skyrim feels a very prejudiced sort of game to me. It's like 90% of the population are Nord, and they don't seem to accept outsiders. And while there are, various Dunmer and Altmer and Bretons and things like that, as far as the races go, in the cities you don't ever really see orcs, and you rarely ever see Khajiit or Khajiit or Argonians. So yeah. Anyway, I want to continue on.
Oh, good. Yes, Engelman's Rest. I know where that is. Jalal? Jalal himself is here? That isn't good. Jalal is the leader of the group of brigands I was with, and if he's here, we can be sure that Engelman's Rest will be anything but hospitable. But by the sound of it, they already have a caravan bound for Hammerfell with some of the artifacts. We should move quickly to the pass near Falkreath before they make it out of Skyrim. Then we can double back to Engelman's Rest. I'll scout ahead and meet you there.
Okay. I want to just put away any more of this stuff. Right. Yeah, let's get out of here. Oh, God, my horse is still all the way up there. He wants to meet outside Falkreath.
Someone do something.
God damn it, dragons everywhere.
Somebody help!
He's not going to attack. And I'm not riding after him to attack him. I need to go this way anyway. Where are you going?
I submit!
Good. They are still here. Camped out for the night by the looks of it. If we can move in quickly, we can take them by surprise.
We just killed them all.
Right behind you. Excellent. That should account for the majority of the stolen artifacts. Whatever is left is surely at Engelman's Rest. I'll mark it on your map. Well, it's an old Nordic ruin, so it likely will come with its own hazards. But if Jalal himself is there, we can be certain he'll be ready. Jalal is renowned for his use of effective ambushes, so be careful as we navigate through the ruin. I'll try to bring up the rear and warn you if I see anything out of the ordinary. He may have employed a few traps as well too, so be careful.
2 dragons at once. Okay. I think there actually is a couple of legitimate places where there are 2 dragons at once. I can think of one, which is one of the main quest lines towards the end. When you go and get the staff that allows you to go to what's their Valhalla type place, and you have to go and kill the dragon priest, and he's standing over this vortex type of thing. When you go and do that mission, there is legitimately 2 dragons guarding that temple area at one point. And there's another quest in the snow somewhere. I can't remember what the quest is. But there's a quest, you're running around in the snow, and there's 2 dragons that come up through the ice and attack you. But if you're out and about just in the normal wilderness and there's a couple of dragons, yeah, that's not normal. Let's put all this stuff away. I don't know if there was anything that I really wanted out of this gear that I just got. An elven bow. More Hammerfeld garb. Hide boots. Leather boots. Merchant's hat. Red guard clothes and hoods. More scimitars. Steel sword. Okay, where do we need to go? Where is this other location? It's over here somewhere. Where is it? Ah, all the way out here. Okay. Might as well just ride all that way, but we're going to have a problem Just up here for... Oh no, I've already cleared that place out. Well, they might still be around. That's the stolen horse. Which one's mine? That's my horse there, is it? No? I left my horse down the hill towards... No, down this way. That's my horse. So, we just need to follow the road all the way to Helgen, and then outside of Helgen, take the left fork. And just keep taking the left forks. This is going to be quite a trip. There are more bandits here. Well, we'll ignore them. Oh, God. Now we've got a troll up here as well. Stupid horse. Fine, if these guys are going to be a pain in the butt. Where did my companion end up? Well, I'm sure he's waiting over near where my destination is. I can't fast travel. Well, I could probably fast travel to Helgen, to be honest, and that's about as far as I can fast travel at the moment. Yep, this is the right way to go. No, not at the moment. Great, we're heading into another dragon's territory. That's all we need. Look out, Mr. Fox. Okay. No. Let's do this.
Hold up just a moment. I don't like the feeling of this place. There is something sinister about it. Listen, I know I am in no place to make requests right now, but I'd like to ask you for something all the same. When we encounter Jalal, allow me a moment to confront him. I may be able to make him stand down and allow us to recover the rest of the relics without further bloodshed. And in the end, despite the fact that I want nothing more to do with him, I do feel that I at least owe him the chance to face justice, rather than facing the blade. Thank you. Your trust is not misplaced. I will make it quick. He will stand down or be put down.
Definitely want to take that level up. Health. Okay. Yeah, let's take some alteration because I'm trying to use that. We'll loot this place properly when we're done.
Is someone there? I'll make you pay. You've already lost. I cannot best you. Is that the best you can
Saving the game as requested. Have I played any Civilization? Years and years ago. Oh, actually, yeah, years ago. Like, late 90s. I think I played one of the Civilizations way back when. Hagraven. They love shooting you in the head, don't they? How do we open this? What was that armor that we got? Hands of the Atronach. Heavy armor. Increased fire resistance, frost resistance, shock resistance. Great. What am I missing? Oh, there. Dragon scale armor? Yes, please. I suspect that we might be going the wrong way to find this guy, though. Oh no, it says I've got to go through here. That dragon scale armor is unenchanted, way better than what I'm currently wearing. It's probably going to look like garbage on me. It doesn't look too bad. Wish I had the full set, though.
Are you all right?
Oh, there's a Nordic sword. So I don't need to make one of those to test out how good they are now. I mean, I've got one on display back at the... Well, I had one on display back at the gallery. But I've been thinking about making one to try and enchant it and upgrade it. I noticed it at the last minute. Actually, let's do that. Do that. And where's the other one? That. Let's put... that there. And that there. Here we go.
Now you're mine. Did you hear that? Sans take you. Son of a...
Was exhilarating.
If you say so. I feel like it's probably a good idea wrong. No. Which one is it? That one. 4. Actually, I should be... Whoop. That's what I wanted. I should be equipping that ring. It gives me more protection from fire. Excuse me. Yeah, the scaled helmet is better than what I've got on. It just looks garbage. And so I don't like to wear it. Which I know is silly, but it's the way it goes. Wondering why I didn't have that on. Duh. Get rid of that. Let me try that. Is that going to work properly? Good. It will, now that I've got that organised. Okay. Let's take that. Oop. Careful.
Avram, so we meet again. It has been too long.
I would never have expected to have seen you here, Jalal. Usually you send your lackeys to do your dirty work.
Oh, you cut me to the quick, Avram. With a score this grand to be had, I had to come personally to oversee it. If you want something done right, after all, you do it yourself, no? Then I come to find out that you were involved, and I had a chance to bring you back into the fold. Well, I just had to come.
I will never again be a part of your paltry group of robbers. I left that life behind in Hammerfell. I have a new life here. I want you out of it.
Oh, but Avram, you can never turn your back on blood. We have been so much together, and we are brothers after all.
Our father would be ashamed to see what we have become, Jalal. I am trying every day to make up for what I did, what we did. And that life in Hammerfell no longer has any meaning for me, but a vast regret.
Well, my brother, That is sad to hear. If we are truly no longer brothers, and I cannot convince you to rejoin me, then I have no other choice but to end you. Farewell, my dear brother.
What was that? Over here!
That takes care of that.
Damn it!
You can't hide from me. Is someone there?
Oh god, you mean I forgot to save through all of that again?
You won't get away so easily.
Wow. Okay.
What was that? Over here!
I'm not actually sure now that I think about it that this helmet is any better. That scaled helmet is 26 and my other one, my Imperial helmet upgraded, is 29. Okay. Get all of that. What else was in here? That's right, there was that key, there was that book. And then there was that guy and that guy. Hang on. Okay, now we're ready to do this. gonna hurry up and come down here?
Avram, so we meet again. It has been too long.
I would never have expected to have seen you here, Jalal. Usually you send your lackeys to do your dirty work.
Oh, you cut me to the quick, Avram. With a score this grand to be had, I had to come personally to oversee it. If you want something done right, after all, you do it yourself, no? Then I come to find out that you were involved, and I had a chance to bring you back into the fold. Well, I just had to come.
I will never again be a part of your paltry group of robbers. I left that life behind in Hammerfell. I have a new life here, and I want you out of it.
Oh, but Avram, you can never turn your back on blood. We have been through so much together. We are brothers after all.
Our father would be ashamed to see what we have become, Jalal. I am trying every day to make up for what I did. What we did. And that life in Hammerfell no longer has any meaning for me, but a vast regret.
Well, my brother, that is sad to hear. If we are truly no longer brothers, and I cannot convince you to rejoin me, then I have no other choice but to end you. Farewell, my dear brother. Get it!
Victory is yours! Show me what you
Oh man, so many of them around the outsides. I'm trying to leave Jalal to his brother, but is that all of them? No. Oh god. There's one more there. Save, and we're done. Cage key. Nothing on the map. Okay. Where does this lead? Because I'm not sure we've done all of the upper level stuff. So, can't see any traps on that. A glass warhammer. What a shame I'm not using two-handed weapons. That would have been very nice. I don't know whether to go back. Oh. I need to talk to him again.
Fantastic. I'm sorry Jalal caused you such headaches. Yes. We grew up in Hammerfell together, and when our father died when we were young, we had to do what we needed to get by. And so we turned to petty robbery and cons. It wasn't until we began to kill in the course of our actions that I even began to question it. Jalal was always very persuasive in getting me to believe what we were doing was always justified. I suppose that younger brothers are always prone to look up to their elder brothers. If you don't mind, I'm going to stay behind and take some time to bury my brother. Then I'll return to the museum and face my punishment. Thank you, my friend. You are ever so virtuous. I'll see you back at the museum in a few days. That wasn't valuable, was it?
Okay, how much am I carrying? Not too bad. So, back to Engelman's Rest. Got lots of Nordic swords now. Lots of scimitars as well. Shrouded Hood, 25% better at sneaking. Okay, I'm going back this way only because I don't think I looted everything, so I want to go through everything in reverse and make sure that we looted everything on the way. Like, I know I got everything in here. That's not a problem. But there were other parts where we left some behind us. I do have to keep an eye out for traps, though. I can't remember where they were. Okay, we looted you. We looted you. Did we loot everything in here? Feels like we did. At least in this bottom part. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay, we looted you. Okay, that was the loot room. I got that. More Hagraven feathers there. Ah, see, we didn't loot him. Definitely looted him. Werewolf pelts. That's different. Okay, so that very much looks like a dead end. I actually just want to come back this way a little bit. So there was a room here somewhere. There was an area here somewhere where there was a room with a door that I really didn't go into. Oh no, that was... No, maybe it was back in here. Okay. Okay, no, that way. All right. Yeah, I don't feel like we searched this place fully. And that's proof right there that I didn't. What about the guys? No, the guys that died down here. We definitely didn't search. Okay. This is the room I didn't search. This was the one. Okay, so he lost his head, so we know we've searched him. Aha. Okay, back to where we came back from Engelman's Sanctuary. Right. So, just head on out. Any bodies we find, or loot that we find on the way, and then we're done. Right. Oh, that was my horse that I was seeing over there. What is that there, I wonder? Because I am curious, let's just come up here for the moment. Oh, is this the edge of the map? That's what that'll be. You can't go through that. That's the edge of the map. We'll get that moonstone ore vein before we head back, though.
Yes? Thank you for asking. I'll be fine, I'm just a bit shaken. I'm more worried about the state of the museum. Such a horrible state we've been left in. Oh, dear. Are you serious? You managed to recover all of them? Every single stolen relic? Oh my, that is fantastic news! I'll get right to work restoring the museum to its proper glory. It will take me a few days, but I'll get things back to normal. Good day.
Does that mean that the sorting chest over here doesn't work at the moment? It does. Okay. Okay, I want to have a look at the rest of the state of the place. Oh, I can't go into the library. Okay. I can't go into there. I bet you I can't go down into the armory either. No, I can't. Okay. So probably the only other places I can go would be over to the Explorer Society and out here to go to my Sanctuary. So I'm going to head over to the Sanctuary. My safe house, Sanctuary, same thing. Okay. Now, a lot of stuff to sell here, but first, no, let's do that. Let's organize the stuff to sell. Okay, I don't need that. I don't want any of those or that. Don't need that. We'll try and break those down for now. That can go on display. That can go on display. Sell that. All of those. I'll check to see if we need to sell. I need to break down any of those. If not, I can disenchant them and get some soul gems. Where was that one? Get that back. Gonna keep one set of those and upgrade them and see how good they get. Yeah, that's all right. Get rid of that. Okay, I want to keep one Nordic sword. Let's keep that. See if we can disenchant it. I'm not sure if we've got... Actually, I'm pretty sure we have an Orcish sword somewhere. I know we've got the Orcish war axe. I might need to do that. Ruin books. Salt pile. Get rid of that. I want to keep a couple of those. Sell those, get rid of that, keep that. Sell that. Keep that. That might actually go... We already have another walk axe. so let's... Can I put any of that away? I can't. Let's put that away, that... Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so let's put... Actually, no, let's not put that on you. Let's actually keep that. I'm going to put that back on the Relic Hunter armor for the moment. I know that that increases by 7. I want to upgrade that first. What am I looking? Okay, we want to upgrade. Actually, is this done yet? It is. Good. Okay, so let's upgrade all of this. I'll see what we can do to upgrade some / all of this armor. We can upgrade the dragon scale with dragon scales. How high can we get it? 92? I can upgrade the hands of the Atronach. Don't know if I want to do that yet. I need more steel ingots. Do I run out of steel ingots that easily? Okay. Is there anything I want to disenchant? Or anything I can? Yep. Soul extraction. No, no, no. Glass Warhammer doesn't have a soul in it. Why would it give me the option to do that? Let's take the soul out of that. That, 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 and that. Just does them. One at a time. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do those things. Okay, what have we got? Dragon Scale Armor Exquisite. 24 armor better than what I'm currently wearing. So I guess I'll wear that. What do I need to upgrade the Nordic swords? Quicksilver ingots. I have a steel ingot. Let's see if I can get some more steel ingots going. And first, let's have a look. 30%, 40%, 20%. I've got 3 of those. No, let's just take that. Actually, I thought there was something here that that I could use to combine potions to make them stronger. Oh no, it's the Soul Gem Transmogrifier. I can use that to combine Soul Gems to make them stronger, if I remember rightly. Can I make more steel? I doubt it, but let's have a look. Oh, I can. That's alright, I always notice things way later than I should. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's use this potion. Where is it? Boom. Add that. Let's be quick about it. Let's update. Might as well get the experience. Can I... Probably not going to have enough time to get over there and get the bonus. Oh, I still have the bonus. By the looks of it. No? No, I don't. That's alright. So, let's have a look now. We just upgraded Dawnbreaker to Exquisite. 40 damage. The Elven Sword is doing 50. The Nordic Sword Legendary is doing 50. The Orcish Sword is doing 33. The Scimitar Legendary is doing 50. I'm actually feeling like I want to get rid of this one and switch to this one as my primary weapon. And I was curious whether those would be, you know, and they are. So I mean, I could dual wield those and be a real anyway. If we grab, I don't know, do I have any filled soul gems? I do. Let's just not even worry about it then. Let's come in here and let's go onto the Nordic sword and let's give it the soul trap. Yes. And then let's give it greater gem. Why not? Wonderful. Did I get a level? Oh no, I am so close to getting a level. Since I am this close to getting a level, what am I going to do? Okay, so first of all, let's put that museum guard armor there. Actually, let's take the Falmor stuff off there, and instead we're going to start putting the Relic Hunter on there. And the Falmor stuff can come over here. Actually, let's give them the Shrouded Hood rather than the Torturer's Hood. There we go. I wish I could make... I am 1 point off glass smithing. So that is what I was planning on doing anyway. Let's come out here. Let's actually, we want so that's going to be one. We need to put that in that group there, and then we need to go in there and go T like that. Why is the bow not in a group? Oh, because we just upgraded it, that's why. Two-handed warhammers. Glass. One-handed swords. Very good. All good. Is there anything else I want to take and put away? I need to put away the common soul gems. All of the soul gems that I'm not using. Hands of the Atronach I'm going to put in here for the moment. All of these are eventually going to go. I'm just not sure if those two... I'm not sure if those have a place out in the Hall of Heroes or not. So I'm putting them in here for now. If not, I'll just sell them. The Torturer's Hood... I feel like can go on there. There we go. Let's put away the soul gems I'm not using that are filled. There we go. Let's save and let's make... Let's just get our next level of... I probably actually do need to do that, don't I? How many arrows do I have left? 217. No, actually, I feel like I'm doing better than I thought I was. So... That's all I needed. A single dwarven bow to get me to my level. Level up. Health. It is really tempting to go here and do some alteration, but I feel like glass is where it's at. Because I feel like glass smithing may allow me to produce some armor that is even better than what I'm wearing, maybe with the exception of the dragon scale armor. So, glass armor, leather strips, leather, refined malachite, refined moonstone. Refined moonstone is my big problem at the moment. Let's make... What does the glass helmet look like? Yeah. Okay, let's make glass boots and glass gauntlets right now. So I need more refined moonstone. I don't have any moonstone ore, I don't think. I'm gonna have to go and try and buy some. Yeah, I'm out of moonstone. Okay. Money-wise... So at the moment, they're not better than my current armor, but they will be once I upgrade them. I might actually just chuck them on there for the moment so I don't forget about them. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make a whole bunch more dwarven bows. Because I can. And they will bring in good money and give me good smithing levels. What am I up to? 73 on smithing? Yeah. Okay. Still carrying too much? No, I'm not carrying too much. Okay. Let's go and put all these dwarven bows in for sale. Very good. Let's just have a look. So that's my weapons. That's that. I need to get some more potions out because I'm running low now. I also need some more of my vegetable soup. Can't do anything with any of that. And that is mostly good. Vegetable soup. Let's get another 10 out of storage. Here we go. And I said I wanted some more potions. It's probably worthwhile. I've only got minor healing potions. They might have to do. Yeah, taking everything was not what I meant to do there. Let's put that away. I'm going to sell those resist fire. I will never remember to use them. Right, how much money am I carrying? 7,500. We got any more in here? We do. Because I need more ore. No, that's not where I need to go. This is where I need to go. Because I need more ore, I'm going to take all of my money. But I really need... Is there anything there I can sell? The Necromancer's Amulet. No. Okay. Oop. Let's come over into here. I don't believe the guild house would have been affected by everything else. I'm curious as to when we're going to get more members of the guild.
Hello. I suppose the shop can run itself for a while.
No, actually that's not what I wanted.
Alright then. Should be getting back to the shop anyhow.
What can Latoria do for you, Guild?
Actually,
Lator, what do you want?
go out and excavate.
Of course, Guildmaster.
What do we get here? Fragments and some gold. Very good. Do I have any perks? No, I don't. Anybody else not out?
Yes? What is it? Fantastic then.
Good day. Sure. What can I help you? Sounds good. I'll be back in a few days.
All right then.
I think I need... Yes, I need to come back here and collect a bounty. I didn't get a chance to ask my colleague if he'd played 7 Days to Die, and the problem is he's now gone on holidays. So...
May the gods watch over your... Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here's your reward.
100 gold. That's it.
Anyone with a stout heart like yours, welcome.
Please address all questions. My duty is to keep the Jarl safe, not play nursemaid to you sycophants.
I am not a sycophant, thank you very much.
When is my appointment to meet with General Tullius? There are some issues we must speak about.
I'm afraid he's had to reschedule, my grace. By all accounts.
If I needed something from you, you would know it. Nothing. I'm busy, and I don't like being bothered unless I'm expecting something from you. Oh, don't give me that look. Fine, I suppose I can find some menial task to set your mind on. We have something of a vampire problem. Bodies have been found with blood drained. I know of a den nearby you can wipe out as a precaution. I don't expect you to be capable of even that. So, you wish to master the arcane arts?
Actually, I want stone flesh.
Vampires are
Oh, I've got to find the, what's the name? To fix that, I've got to find a...
hunters.
Oak flesh was on 5. Let's put stone flesh on 5 instead. How much? Oh, actually, I also... Was it that and that, wasn't it? So I want that on there, and let's remove that and then do that. Beautiful. I only just have enough magicka to do that. All right. Where is... There is a temple just down this way, I think. Trying to remember where it is. Is this it here? No. That's Advar's hammer. I think that might be the temple. Not sure where the door is, but here we go. No. Hall of the Dead. That doesn't actually mean a temple, does it? Oh, there we go. Shrine of Archery. Exactly what I needed. Where was this den of vampires that she mentioned? No. That one, probably? Pine Moon Cave. That's a real pain in the butt to get to, but if I go to Dragon Bridge, I can go up around that way to it.
Oh, hello. We're paying our respects to me dead husband. Henry and I lost his father in the war. Now, I do what I can to get by and care for Henry.
That's voiced differently to everything else. I wonder if this is part of the mod.
Thank you, we manage. I just have to keep Henry entertained and out of trouble. That's
Oh, yeah, okay, so this is one of the people who comes to the... what's her name? Yeah, that's Henry and the woman, and they come to the
madness, and your madness is the method and the melody. You help me. You help people, right? That's what you do. My master has abandoned me, abandoned his people, and nothing I say can change his mind. Now he refuses to even see me. He says I interrupt his vacation. It's been so many years. Won't you please help? Oh, you just don't understand. Without him, I am not free. Without him, I am doomed. All of his empire shall fall into chaos.
Yeah, this is going to be a... I feel like this is going to be a Daedric quest.
Last I saw him, he was visiting a friend in the Blue Palace. But no one as mundane as a Jarl. No. Such people are below him. No, he went into the forbidden wing of the palace to speak with an old friend. Said it had been ages since they had last had tea. Oh, and you'll need the hip bone. It's very important. No entering Pelagius's wing without that. All right then.
Okay, I'm hoping just to find some...
If you're heading to the Blue Palace, you might want to rethink that outfit. You're really going to the Blue Palace? That presents an opportunity. If you are willing to wear one of Radiant Raymond's outfits and speak to the Jarl, I would not only pay you, but let you keep the outfit.
Sure, I'll do that.
Good. Here's the outfit. Try to get Elisif's opinion on it, and if she likes it, mention it's from Radiant Raymond. Remember Radiant Raymond?
Let's quickly get this out of the way, because that should be helping someone else. Oh, he's another guy that normally goes to the museum.
Unless we have specific business, I'm not interested.
Okay. I believe you can. There's spare rooms up in the safe house for you to, I think, have followers and family.
Thane Bryling, at your service.
I've heard the Empire plans to levy a tax on our trading ships. The Imperials are good for business, and business... Oh, most certainly. At least when Elisif herself asks. If you're inquiring whether we have concerns about her age and inexperience, let me put it this way. The Thanes have every confidence in General Tullius's leadership. I'm a Thane. In the future, you may want to gain that information before
winning the war. Do you have business with the court?
Risk of looking like an idiot.
Absolutely not. That wing has been sealed for hundreds of years, and for good reason. They say the ghost of Pelagius the Mad.
It's a fine day with you around. It's quite fetching, actually. The craftsmanship is excellent. Oh, really? Well, you can tell them that I will be putting in a request for a few dresses quite soon. Be well. Pray for solitude.
Welcome here.
Sabeel Stentor has a grasp of magical theory that I would never have expected from a human.
even a Breton. I make sure Erica keeps breathing. No, that honor is Sabil Stentor's. A smart man steers clear of Stentor, and keeps himself out of the dungeon when she's having a bad day. Let's just say that the headsman's axe may not be the worst way for a Solitude jail prisoner to die. Look at that. I've told you to watch your tongue, and mine is waggling. I've said enough. You are free to leave.
Of course I am.
If you ever want to replace those old... Well, that's wonderful. You've done us a great service. As promised, the outfit is yours. And here's something for your trouble.
Very good.
Remember
I wonder if there's something I can do in here that would give me the last of the things that I need.
You were there for Rodvir's execution. Most people, if you're not interested in music or drink, you can... Perhaps. She wouldn't have to be there at all. And my aunt wouldn't have to... You really don't... He lets Ulfric Stormcloak escape solitude. Ulfric rides in, murders the High King.
Hello. Yes. But really, since Torig's death, Falk Firebeard... Oh, if you're looking for a good attitude, go see the... If you're looking for truth instead, see Noster. And if you're just looking to feel good, go get some spiced wine from Yvette. But whatever you do, just leave me alone.
Okay. Be like that then. I need more.
Seems there's no looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
Refined moonstone. Thank you very much. It's probably not enough, but there's also some moonstone ore there. That will be useful.
Return anytime you need arms or armor.
Don't really expect there to be anything that I want here, but...
Take a look.
It's glass bows. It's probably going to be better than my elven bow.
Perhaps I'll be seeing more of you.
No, I don't want to talk to Tullius yet.
Ah, yet another new face. I'm from Hammerfell, you see. I can hardly keep track of all the people I've been meeting. Aye, but I'll be here in solitude for longer still. Fiata's skill as a Fletcher drew me to this place. I wanted to learn. And there is still much of Skyrim I wish to see. I hear there is a city, Windhelm, that is nearly white with... what do you call it? Oh yeah, snow. And far to the west lies a ruin, Volskag. Inside there's said to be a wall, black as night, and it speaks in the ancient dragon tongue. There are wonders in this place I never dreamed imaginable. Where the dragon attacked? We've heard rumors of death and fire from the skies, but no real news. Then we should soon be selling arrows by the bushel. A sword is no good against a dragon.
Well, it is once it gets on the ground.
Keep the coal. You wouldn't have a few minutes to run down to the docks, would you? Well, I've got a shipment of spices the East Empire Company is holding up. I need someone to convince them to release it. Great. Get back to me when you're done and I'll give you something for your time. Good luck out there.
And that should be the last person I need to help. I don't have all of the coin that I need to buy the property here yet. Stormcloak Imperials, who do I like more? That's an interesting question. Generally, I like the Stormcloaks more, only because, well, there's multiple reasons, actually, if I think about it. I believe the Nords should be allowed to self-govern and should be allowed to worship whoever they want, because that's ultimately what the problem between Stormcloaks and Imperials comes down to. They want Nords to be able to worship Talos, and they're not being allowed to because the Ultimary Dominion, as part of the peace treaty after the most recent war with the Imperials, has forced them to stop Talos worship. The Imperials know that that is wrong, but they have to do it to, to make the peace, basically. So they're doing that. Actually, I'll leave that on as well. So I believe that that's, I prefer Stormcloaks for that reason. And when you look at it, it's pretty screwed up what the Imperials do at the start of this game, right? General Tullius leads a mission to capture rebels at the border of Skyrim. And he captures Ulfric and his top lieutenants. Transports them, and here's the thing, transports them for several miles into Helgen, the nearest city, where he then sets up an execution, right? And he says to Ulfric at the start of that, if you listen and you pay attention, he says that it's time that the Empire put you down. But rather than then just immediately killing Ulfric, and in fact, he could have killed Ulfric the minute he captured him, right? Instead, he has travelled Ulfric to the nearest town so that he can make a show of it, and then, as a bit of a sadistic bastard, rather than actually killing Ulfric immediately, he makes Ulfric watch while he kills all of Ulfric's men, and then the plan would have been to kill Ulfric. Because you'll notice Ulfric isn't the first person to go to the block. And in fact, you're the second person. So they could have just, the whole thing would have been over and done with if they just killed Ulfric as soon as they captured him at the border. None of this. You could have still paraded his head around. You could have done whatever you felt you had to do to prove to the world that you had captured and killed Ulfric Stormcloak. But instead, you decided, Tullius decided to be such a bastard that he had to show off the fact that he had captured Ulfric and make a big showy thing out of it. So that's my thing against the Imperials. But I recognise that the Imperials have it hard. They had to come to a peace treaty with the Ultimary Dominion because the war was bleeding them dry, and they only just got to a situation where they could get a peace treaty. They had to accept the terms of that peace treaty. And they don't necessarily like those terms, but they don't have much of a choice at the moment. There's already been a couple of regions that have left the Empire, and they don't want any more to leave the Empire because that is not good for the Empire. Right? In this playthrough, I am playing as an Imperial for several reasons. One, I am an Orc, and traditionally Orcs have served in the Imperial military. Two, I'm based out of Solitude, which is an Imperial city. I don't know if you must play as an Imperial with this mod. It would be interesting to have the museum all set up and full of stuff, and then go and play as a Stormcloak and capture and ransack Solitude and see if that affects the storyline of the gallery in any way. I doubt it would, but it would be interesting to try it. But yes, in generally, I sympathise with the Stormcloaks, even though, you know, there are other people I've seen that they have videos online that talk about how just insanely crazy the Stormcloaks are, and the Nords in general. And they're right, you know, there's no easy answer. But I feel the Nords, you know, should have the right to determine their own future. It's basically everyone, the Nords and the Empire, should be turning around and attacking the Aldemary Dominion. They just can't. They don't have the troops to do it. And the Empire's in a really bad pickle because everybody wants to leave. I actually don't like it as much when things are kind of grey. I like I like black and white, and I like being the good guy. So that's my take on that. But yes, I know what you're saying. You know, there is some interest and intrigue there.
Sorry, I was lost in thought. Ah, yes. If she wants to pay the 2,000 gold tariff, then we'll be all set. Suppose I could make an exception. I do like her spiced wine. Fine. Tell Yvette's son her shipment will be brought up to Solitude shortly.
There we go. This way. How am I doing for money? I'm 5 grand short of where I need to be. But possibly within a couple of days of selling the stuff that's in my sellables box, I might have enough money to buy the property in Solitude here, and I can become a Thane and get the weapon and finish that. Because that's what I'm doing this for. I want to become the Thane of every city before I start the Civil War questline. Because I'm not convinced I can become a Thane of every city after I have finished the questline. And the reason I'm becoming a Thane of every city is because that is required stuff. That's stuff that I want to put into the library, the museum. Yeah, Skyrim have been loyal to the Empire, excuse me, for a long time. But the Empire hasn't been loyal to them. By forcing them to stop worshipping Talos, that's the way the Empire sees it, basically. They look at it and go, well, they're forcing us to reject Talos, therefore they're no longer being loyal to us.
Spiced wine for you? It's a family recipe. Thank you so much. I swear it's a fight with them every shipment. Here's something for your troubles.
25 gold. You couldn't have made it like 2,500 gold?
Spare some grub for a veteran.
We barely have enough for ourselves.
Okay, let's see if we can make some more glass armor and see how that works out for us. Hope we've got enough resources to make the helmet and the chest piece and upgrade everything, but I don't know. We shall have to see. It would be good to have enough equipment that I could make a second set, because I don't have any glass armor down in the armory to show off either. So first of all, I think I can make some more refined moonstone. Oh, only one. Okay. So we made boots and gauntlets. We need armor and helmet. Glass armor. Glass helmet. Oh good, I will have enough to upgrade everything, I think. So let's grab those. Let's grab a potion. 20%, 30%. Let's grab the 30% for now. Where is it? So, my current armor is 171. 231. All right. I think a full set of dragon scale, particularly once I upgrade it, will be better. And so I don't have a problem using that. I think I will like that at some point. Yeah, it's a little pretentious, this armor. I would feel much better once I've got the dragon scale, but for the moment, it's probably the best I can expect. Will it let me put those fine clothes on here? Where are they? Yep, I can do that. Okay, cool. So 231 armor. Up to 291 with my stone skin spell. Very nice. Nope, nothing I can do there at the moment. Do I have enough to make a glass bow? I'm also interested in whether the glass sword would be any better. Glass bow is 35 compared to the 30 of the elven bow. how much better is the glass sword? The glass sword is 29, and the current Nordic sword that I'm using is 26. So the glass sword isn't hugely better. I might leave it at the moment. I think I'll just make the bow first and upgrade that. Glass bow. I didn't think I should have had the potion to upgrade before I made that. Let me just double check that I can upgrade that bow with the stuff that I've got. How much do I have left? I might even have enough to make a sword and upgrade it. I need 4 refined malachite to make the bow. Can I make the sword? I don't need 4 refined malachite. I need 1 refined malachite. And I have 4. If I make the sword, what's it going to use? It's going to use just 1 refined malachite and 1 refined moonstone. Does 29 damage. Sure, let's do it. Okay, let's chug the potion. Yeah, I've been sort of thinking of enchanting the armor, but I'm not sure. The good thing is that I can disenchant anything that I have enchanted if I want to change my mind. Let's just take all of that. So I'm gonna put Soul Trap on the weapons like I've been doing, because I feel like that's a good, just a good way to go in general. Now, I might just use a greater, actually. Yeah, I might use a greater soul gem there. So, no, I want to change the name. Glass Bow of Souls. Okay, and then that. Soul Trap. Yes. Yeah. Okay, the armor. What can I put on the helmet? See, that's the thing. I don't know that I really want any of those on the helmet. What about the gauntlets? I could do Fortify Sneak, but I'm not doing sneaking much. I really want Fortify One-Handed. But I don't have it. I might do Muffle on the boots. And I don't think I need to use a really big soul gem for that. I might just use a lesser. Oh, actually, I might use a common. I've got a fair few of commons, yeah. What can I put on the armor? I am using alteration a bit now. Maybe that's the best thing to put on the armor. I mean, fortify health is nice too, but I might do... No, I think I'll do fortify health. Increase health by 25 points. Let's use a grand soul gem for that. So what could I do with that? Archery, carry weight, magicka, smithing, sneak, or two-handed. I really want one-handed. I don't have it. Fortify alteration. I think I'll do fortify alteration on the helmet. It almost feels like a waste of a black soul gem, but I think I'm going to use that. I can take the enchantment off later if I need to, if I get fortify one-handed. Okay, so we're going to get rid of that. We're going to use that instead. We're going to get rid of that and use that instead. What does it take to make glass arrows? Refined malachite. How much refined malachite do I have? Just the one. Not worth it then. Better off sticking with what I've got. What was I going to... Oh, that's right. Set up all of this. So that becomes 1. That becomes 3. We group that into group 1. We... Right, left... Group 1 record, and then we get that, we group that into group 2. And we don't need to record that, but that works, and that's done. do I still have the... I do still have the stuff there. I need to recharge that. Put all of our filled soul gems away. Oops. So that should have just upgraded a whole bunch of our soul gems from the tiny little things that they were. We've now got 2 filled grand soul gems, 3 grand soul gems that aren't filled, 1 common, 1 lesser, and some other unfilled ones. Okay. That's good. I'll put that away. Where are we? Put those away and that. Okay, let's have a look. Do we have any more? Not a huge amount. It's going to be a few days before I can afford to buy the house in the city by the looks of it. But there is a lot of stuff there to sell still. And you're right, I should make some jewelry out of this. Let's have a look. I'm just making gold rings, not with any jewels on them at the moment. Let's see if the hall is cleaned up yet or not. I sort of doubt it will be, but... it's not cleaned up out here yet. Still a dead body there.
Yes? Good luck.
Actually, is there any? There won't be any more money in the. Shouldn't be any more money in the donation box, but oh, the donation box is not even there. So yeah, I can't even check that. Right, well, I think I'm going to leave it here for this episode. Did a lot today, but we are really close now to being the Thane of Solitude. We just have to get that 25 grand so that we can buy the property here. Not that I want the property, although I think if once I'm the Thane and I have a steward there, that it might be easier to buy, like, steel and stuff like that with a Thane. I can't remember, but I got to keep an eye out for that. But anyway, really happy with how we're going. We've got our legendary glass armor, rating of 231, really nice now. Dawnbreaker and a glass sword. Actually, I need to get rid of that and that out of my inventory as well. Nordic sword didn't last us very long, but that's okay. Yeah. Really happy with how things are going with this playthrough. This mission that had the museum ransacked slowed things down a little bit, but that's all right. When we come back, the focus for the next few episodes is going to be becoming the Thane of each of the cities. That is going to have to be the focus. I may do little things, like I do want to start the College of Winterhold, and I can do other little bits of some of the other quest lines, like Dawnguard, Companions, things like that. But the main focus, particularly before I go much further down, the main Dragonborn quest line and the Civil War quest line, is got to become Thane of all the cities first. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this episode. I'm still having fun with this mod. It's a lot of fun. Check it out if you haven't already, and I'll see you next time. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye now.